He's an orphan. He hasn't spoken for 10 years. People think he's been silenced by his parents crying, and bullied and humiliated. But I didn't know the astonishing truth behind it. The day our parents disappeared 10 years ago, Chin Li was approached by a mysterious old man. The old man told him that if he wanted to find his parents, must bear humiliation and carry heavy burdens. Then the old man passed on all his lifelong learning to him. After that, the old man disappeared without a trace. At the cost of obtaining these, he couldn't speak for 10 years. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to handle its energy, and he would self-destruct. During these 10 years, Chin Li met a girl. He was the only one who was willing to help him when he was being bullied. Even after graduation, the girl asked him to marry her. Chin Li did not refuse, even though he knew, just being a shield for the girl. But even working tirelessly in this household, not only does not receive the respect he deserves, instead, suffering daily from sarcasm. 10 years of being bullied without being able to speak. But starting from today, it's the last day of this decade. He will completely shake off the title of being mute. Chin Li sat cross-legged on the bed, bare-chested, mobilizing all the energy in his body. Break through this level. Meanwhile, at the Chu family villa's entrance, Chin Li's mother-in-law, Han Ying, is leading a young man, laughing and chatting as they walked in. Ming Hao, you truly are talented. Auntie, you didn't make a mistake with him back then. The man smiled faintly. Auntie, if back then I had not needed to study abroad, maybe you've become close with Keon. Then looks around. I heard Keon's partner can't speak. He hasn't been working and staying at home. I'd like to meet this person. The son-in-law who intrigued Qinyan's heart. It just so happens that the district head is coming to visit me these days. I can help out when the time comes, and introduce him to a job. Han Ying has always harbored ill feelings towards Chin Li. She became even more restless after hearing this. Immediately shouted towards the second floor. Chin Li, come down and see the guests quickly. Do you just hide at home and dare not come out to see people? However, at this crucial moment, Chin Li was in the middle of a breakthrough. He couldn't hear the outside noises. Chu Zitan also frowned. Looking at the half-open door, she complained. Chin Li, are you deaf now? Didn't my mom call you? Why would my sister marry a loser like you? As she spoke, Chu Zitan also stepped forward. Through the crack of the door, she immediately saw the naked body. Chin Li sitting cross-legged on the bed. Chu Zitan realized, and exclaimed in surprise, and ran downstairs with a red face. Although Chu Zitan's appearance was abrupt, but fortunately, Chin Li was not disturbed by her, and successfully broke through the difficulties of the past 10 years. He opened his eyes, feeling the boiling qi inside his body. At this moment, he transformed into something else. It's as if there is a kind of daring from the world, and an arrogance that overlooks everything. But for 10 years, he hadn't spoken, so Chin Li's voice sounds a little hoarse, but he knew it would return to normal soon. Wait for the breath to calm down. Chin Li stopped thinking too much, put on his clothes and walked down the stairs. Lu Ming, who was also smelly, glanced over, only to find a very ordinary young man. His eyes were full of disdain and ridicule. Then he reached out his right hand. This must be Chin Li, right? Hello, I'm Lu Minghao. Oh, I'm also Qingyan's childhood friend. I heard you're a mute. And you rely on sign language. What a waste. He snorted coldly again. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You married into the Chu family, just for the Chu family's property. In my opinion, you are not at all worthy of Qingyan. I am quite merciful. I can give you 100,000. Now get out of the Chu family immediately. Otherwise I haven't finished speaking. A huge force suddenly came from Lu Minghao's hand. A painful expression appeared on his face. At this moment, his face was all red from the suppression. Struggle hard. But Chin Li remained motionless, looking at him quietly, like watching a fool. The next second, a magnetic voice emanated from Chin Li's mouth. Hello. My name is Chin Li. For 10 years, he never spoke, gradually becoming a mute in others' eyes. They bullied and humiliated him. The cultivation method Chin Li is practicing has broken through the barrier. The Qihao Gate, which was sealed by the old man 10 years ago, has also been opened. Coincidentally, he encounters his love rival. The rival even threatens him to leave his wife in person. Chen Li naturally has no more concerns. His voice faintly sounded, but it shocked everyone immensely. The hall fell silent for a moment. Han Ying tentatively inquired, "Chen Li, did you just speak?" Lu Minghao also showed a smug smile. "So you can speak, little punk, deceiving Qingyan all these years. Don't you feel ashamed at all?" Chen Li remained silent. The strength in the hand increased a bit, causing Lu Minghao to let out another loud shout. Seeing this scene, Han Ying immediately scolded, "Chen Li, what are you doing? Stop it now." As soon as the words were spoken, Chu Zitan's phone suddenly rang. She answered the call. The person on the other end seemed very anxious. After speaking loudly, Chu Zitan stood still in an instant. Chen Li's gaze also shifted. A sense of unease arose in his heart. He immediately let go of Lu Ming and went to inquire about Wu. Chu Zitan said anxiously with a worried face, "The company is in trouble. It's surrounded by the police. My sister is going to be arrested." Upon hearing this, Chen Li turned around without hesitation, and walked towards the outside. After Chen Li left, Lu Minghao approached slowly. He saw panic on Han Ying's face. "Hurry up and reassure Auntie, don't worry. My family still has some connections in Yangcheng. We just need to handle it and everything will be fine. Let's go and see the situation first." After hearing what Lu Mingwu said, Han Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, a crowd gathered outside the Tianying makeup company, with Wu Ju decisively leading the way, and occasional angry shouts could be heard. "One of them looks beautiful." A well-proportioned woman is surrounded in the middle. And this woman is Chu Qingyan. Standing opposite her is a woman with a pockmarked face, frantically yelling at her. "I'm telling you, either you go to jail today, or you compensate me for $1 million in damages." And that's when Han Ying happens to arrive. To help Chu Qingyan in her moment of distress, she wanted to retort. But Lu Minghao suddenly spoke up. "The lady, as far as I know, many people have used the same cosmetics as you. But only you have experienced this situation. Obviously, it's not because of the cosmetics. How about we all take a step back? I have some connections with the district chief in this area. If we drop this matter, I can help you with any trouble in the future." The woman snorted coldly. "What kind of nonsense, district chief? Let me tell you, my name is Lu Wan. The mayor of Yangcheng, Lu Zheng, is my own younger cousin." As soon as this was said, Lu Minghao was suddenly dumbfounded. "That's the most powerful official in Yangcheng. I never would have thought that this woman has such a big background." After careful consideration, Lu Minghao plucked up the courage and continued speaking. "I'm not really involved in this matter. Ms. Lu Wan is, after all, a consumer. The company should bear some responsibility." Just then, a voice suddenly interjected. Everyone turned to see Chen Li's figure appear. Her gaze was fixed on Lu Wan. "If this lady is willing to let me take a look, I guarantee that within 10 minutes, the abscess on your face will completely disappear." Chu Qingyan was suddenly stunned by Chen Li speaking. For a moment, I didn't react. How could Chen Li treat? Lu Minghao saw that Chen Li dared to show off at this moment, immediately revealing a gloating expression. Chu Qingyan also realized at this moment, there was a touch of displeasure on her face. "Chen Li, what are you trying to do? I'm already annoyed enough. Please don't make things more chaotic for me, okay?" Chen Li just smiled indifferently. "Qingyan, don't worry. I am confident that I can cure her." Then walked straight to Lu Wan. "Madam, I can treat the sores on your face." Lu Wan was also extremely irritable. "Why should I believe you? What if it can't be cured?" "I'm willing to take responsibility for everything. I can handle it however you want." Lu Wan immediately agreed to take care of you. "But if you can't handle it, don't blame me for being heartless." At this time, Chu Qingyan stepped forward and directly grabbed Chen Li. "What are you doing? Are you trying to cause trouble for me as soon as you can speak?" Chen Li turned around and said, as he happened to be close to her face, "The acne on her face is actually caused by internal heat. If you're available, then help me prepare some Chinese herbs." A man using just a few readily available Chinese herbs, combined with rootless water, will end up with a face covered in acne. The next moment, she instantly became 10 years younger. Her skin was as smooth as a baby's. This miraculous scene astounded many. Faced with Chu Qingyan's question, Qin Li responded indifferently. This is just the pharmacology I learned in school. At this moment, Lu Wan suddenly thought of something, and approached to inquire the young man. Can you also treat other illnesses? I can't give you an exact answer right now. I need to see the patient first. Seeing Qin Li showing some hesitation, Lu Wan immediately extended 5 fingers. My uncle's illness is very complicated. If you can cure me, I'll pay you 500,000 for your treatment. Qin Li's eyes flickered. He immediately nodded in agreement. But before he could finish speaking, Chu Qingyan suddenly rushed forward. You're not allowed to go. You're not a doctor. Dealing with this kind of thing is completely different from treating a lump. Qin Li naturally understood her worry. Don't worry. I have my own boundaries. Chu Qingyan frowned slightly. Her voice carried a hint of coldness. Who do you think you are? Don't I still understand you? If there is a problem with the treatment, my Chu family won't cover for you. Although Qin Li doesn't care about Chu Qingyan's words, there is still some dissatisfaction in his heart. If something goes wrong, I will handle it myself. I won't cause trouble for the Chu family. Not long after, Qin Li followed Lu Wan to Yangcheng City Hospital. Outside the intensive care unit at this moment, a middle-aged man is anxiously inquiring about the situation. The doctor's expression doesn't look good. The deterioration of the condition completely exceeds our expectations. The risk of surgery is too high in this situation. And at this moment, Lu Wan happens to arrive at the door. She overhears the conversation just now. Bian hurriedly spoke to Zheng. How did uncle end up in the ICU? The man's voice was somewhat despondent this morning. Dad's condition suddenly worsened. Now the doctor is in the ward trying to rescue him. Lu Wan's face changed drastically. Then she pushed Qin Li towards Zheng. This is the Chinese doctor I met today. His medical skills are quite exceptional. How about we let him have a try? Lu Zheng only just noticed Qin Li, and gave him a thorough once-over with his eyes. You look like you're in your early 20s. Could you show me your medical license? I don't have a medical license. Lu Zheng was instantly furious. He looked at Lu Wan in disbelief. Sis, are you kidding? I would never let someone like him treat my father. Lu Wan also felt a little awkward. Still, she shifted her gaze to Qin Li. I'm sorry, Dr. Qin, you should leave. But we're not finished talking. The nurse suddenly ran out of the emergency room and shouted, the patient's vital signs are weak. We need to start resuscitation immediately. Lu Zheng's face turned pale in an instant. He hurriedly ran into the emergency room. Qin Li also followed behind. As soon as he entered, he saw an old man with closed eyes, lying on the sickbed with weak breath and continuous weakening heartbeat. Lu Zheng immediately looked at the doctor, but in return, there was a sigh. Lu Wan couldn't bear to step forward and comfort Zheng. Uncle is like this now. Let's let him take a look. Maybe it can really cure him. Lu Zheng directly refused without thinking. Even the best doctor in Yangcheng couldn't do anything. How could I let a young man mess around? Seeing the old man's breath getting weaker, Qin Li naturally wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Step forward directly. Mayor Lu, dare to make a bet with me? Mayor Lu's face turned cold. He glared at Qin Li furiously. Make a bet with me? What do you have to offer me? Qin Li's face turned cold. If I can save the old man, you will apologize to me in person. But if there are any problems, you can treat me as a fraud and arrest me. Before Qin Li finished speaking, Lu Zheng suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with disgust. Who do you think you are? Get out of here. Qin Li took a deep breath at this and then turned around. If that's the case, then I'll leave. But I dare guarantee that you will regret it. But as soon as he walked out of the ward, a clear and cold voice resounded. You insist on making a fool of yourself. Are you satisfied now? Turning towards the sound, Chu Qingyan's figure came into view. Naturally, she heard the conversation inside. Immediately, she responded coldly. Hurry and come home with me. Don't embarrass yourself here. Men were supposed to be the 99th generation successor of the Fuxi 9 Needles. The greater the ability I have, the greater the responsibility to heal and save lives. Yet I am driven away as a quack. Just as Qin Li prepares to leave, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly comes from the ward. Until a straight line appeared on the electrocardiogram, the doctor standing next to him shook his head helplessly. Lu Zheng suddenly felt weak in the legs. He knelt on the ground and burst into tears. But at this moment, the door of the emergency room was pushed open. Qin Li's figure appeared in the ward. Ren Guan suffered ridicule. But a doctor's heart is a parent's heart. If he sees it, he won't ignore it. Then he walked up to the old man without hesitation, and decisively took out a silver needle, swiftly and without warning. He plunged the silver needle into several acupoints on the old man's chest. At that moment, Lu Zheng also stopped crying, staring blankly at everything without intervening. He seemed to see an invisible energy flowing continuously around Qin Li. Qin Li didn't care about the self-glorification of others, even if others didn't understand what he did. If one could save a life, what's a few insults? Thinking of this, Qin Li inserted the last silver needle into the old man's throat, and the next moment, the old man on the bed suddenly shuddered. A mouthful of black blood sprayed out. Then his complexion quickly became rosy, heart rate suddenly recovered. For a moment, dead silence surrounded. After all this is done, Qin Li took back the silver needle, then took a deep breath. It was obviously quite exhausting. At this point, the old man also regained consciousness from his coma. Lu Zheng immediately went up to meet the situation, helping his father up. Seeing that the old man was fine, Qin Li didn't want to disturb the heartwarming scene. He turned away and started to walk out. But before he took a few steps, Lu Zhengjing kneels directly behind Qin Li. His eyes red, he gazes at Qin Li. Mr. Qin, I really acted with a petty mind, and doubted a gentleman's intention. I did you wrong just now. Are you still willing to help save my father? Qin Li quickly helped him up. Mayor Lu, I made a bet with you to save someone. Please don't mind. The old man's condition has stabilized. Just take good care of yourself after returning, and you'll recover. Lu Wan also approached with apologies. Dr. Qin, I'm really sorry today. Also, give me an account number. I'll transfer the medical fees. Qin Li naturally wouldn't be polite. He immediately handed it to Lu Wan. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he left the ward. Chu Qingyan still stood at the door. Her expression at the moment was very complex. Qin Li suddenly spoke, and suddenly displayed life-saving medical skills. Everything felt like a dream, making her feel extremely unfamiliar. Then she shook her head and stopped thinking about it. He coldly snorted at Qin Li. You're just lucky today. Don't try to be so aggressive in the future. Qin Li shook his head with a bitter smile. It seems that he wants to change Chu Qingyan's opinion of him. It's obviously too early. And then followed suit. While Lu Minghao, hiding in the corner, watched all of this, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The scene changed, and Qin Li and the two also returned to the villa. Han Ying immediately went up to greet. My sweet little Qingyan, I was so worried about you. Did today's event scare you? Then looked at Qin Li next to him. What are you standing there foolishly for? Hurry up and clean up the room. Qin Li nodded and went upstairs. Not long after Qin Li finished cleaning everything, he pushed open the door, but the sight in front of him made him pause. Chu Qingyan was wearing a lace nightgown, lying seductively on the bed. Qin Li's gaze shifted. After seeing the yoga video playing on TV, he understood. Then discard distracting thoughts, and begin to tidy up the room. At this moment, Chu Qingyan shifted position. A cold voice sounded. Did Zitan say you were going to take a nap at home today? Qin Li sighed helplessly. I was just changing clothes in the room today. But I forgot to lock the door. That girl just pushed the door and saw it. It was only at this point that Chu Qingyan's face eased up. I understand her temperament. You wouldn't dare to bully her either. Get ready for the clothes to wear to the family banquet tomorrow. You should come along too. But there is work at the company today. Thanks anyway. Qin Li looked at her strangely, and couldn't help but wonder why this woman was so polite to him today. It was the first time the son-in-law had attended a family banquet. He was mocked by his relatives for his kidney problems. Just as the woman finished mocking Qin Li, she turned to look at her own son-in-law. We're lucky that our family has Cheng Wen, who brings us peace of mind, unlike some people who let their wives support them. Then gave the man a look. Cheng Wen immediately understood, carrying a gift box to Chu Qingyan's father. Uncle, for our first gathering, I have prepared a little gift for you. Please accept it. Chu Jing also readily accepted it, but as soon as he saw what was inside, his eyes widened in surprise. Seeing this scene, Cheng Wen's face immediately filled with pride. I know that uncle likes porcelain, so I asked someone to spend 300,000. to buy this Yuan dynasty blue and white bowl, in the hope that uncle will like it. At the moment when the words fell, all eyes gathered on the porcelain. Even Chu Jing's heart trembled a bit at this moment. From his perspective, the color and pattern, including the texture of this big bowl, are all genuine. Qin Li stood silently aside. His eyes flashed with a hint of gloom, only to see that the so-called blue and white bowl was shrouded in a strong evil spirit. Qin Li suddenly understood. This big bowl is not just an item. It's also a harbinger of disaster. It's probably been placed in a grave, nourished by yin energy for a long time. And at this moment, Chang Wen's voice pointed at Qin Li. Has brother-in-law prepared a gift? I wonder what it is. Seeing Qin Li not making a move, it's my fault. I forgot you're a disabled man who married into the family, relying on your wife for support. You must not have any money on you. How about I introduce you to a garbage collecting job? You can make a few thousand a month. Chu Qingyan's face looks a bit ugly. Put down the glass, brother-in-law. Thank you for your kind intentions. No matter how Qin Li is, he is still our family. It's not your place to meddle in this. But even so, Chang Wen still showed no signs of stopping. At this moment, Qin Li stood up. A faint voice sounded. I rushed here today, so I didn't bring a gift. I'll resupply you later. As soon as the words were uttered, Chang Wen's smile instantly froze. He looked at Qin Li with his mouth wide open in disbelief. A look of disgust flashed in his wife's eyes. What can you give me? Even if you can talk, you are just a useless person who can't do anything. Qin Li smiled. No matter what I give, it's more practical than what my brother-in-law gave. As soon as this was said, Chang Wen became excited. The blue and white porcelain bowl is indeed the one he acquired, but he only spent 30,000 on it. The seller also guaranteed that no one would be able to tell it was fake. But how could he admit it? Do you have any evidence? You useless person. On what basis do you say the things I gave were inferior goods? The more Chang Wen is agitated, the more it makes everyone feel that Qin Li is not. But no one has ever thought why Chang Wen is so excited. Chu Qingyan also looks a bit unpleasant. Qin Li quickly apologized to his brother-in-law. Today is the Chu family's family banquet. You are not allowed to talk nonsense here. But at this moment, Lu Zheng's figure appeared in the private room. He was followed by an old man. Chang Wenming stood up in front of the door. Mayor Lu, why are you here? I didn't expect that you even knew about me, a lowly section chief, and came all the way to see me. But Lu Zheng completely ignored him, but went straight to Qin Li. Mr. Chen, what a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here. I really have to thank you for what happened yesterday. Mayor Lu. Qin Li used to be a useless mute. Are you mistaking someone else? Lu Zheng frowned instantly. He looked at him with a cold and stern expression. Then he turned to Qin Li. Mr. Chen, do you have any conflict with him? Qin Li shook his hand. No, he is my brother-in-law. We were just discussing the topic of whether antiques are genuine or not. After hearing Qin Li's words, Lu Zheng finally noticed the blue and white porcelain bowl on the table. He waved to the old man behind him. Old Wu, you are an expert in appraising antiques. Come and take a look. The old man took a step forward at the words, picked up the big bowl and examined it carefully. I haven't been identifying for many years either, but this Yuan blue and white porcelain used to be my specialty. The color looks like the real deal. Qin Li looked at the old man calmly. Do you also think this is the real deal? The old man raised an eyebrow. Are you questioning me? So do you think he's a good guy? Qin Li nods slightly. The next second, the old man suddenly laughs. I finally understand why Mayor Lu appreciates you. You're right. This blue and white large bowl is indeed an antique purchased by a rich second generation for 300,000. It turns out to be a fake made through modern techniques, and has been stored in a tomb with a corpse for over 10 years. It has long been tainted as an ominous object. The old man noticed everyone's gaze on him, and no longer kept it a secret. He directly revealed the truth, but the old man's words were like a bomb out of the blue, making everyone feel shocked. Chu Jing also took out a tissue and hurriedly wiped his hands, to avoid any bad luck. At this moment, the old man stepped forward and hooked Qin Li's shoulder. Qin Li, right, and you can actually tell that it's a high-quality imitation. You have good eyesight. When shall we come down to discuss? Lu is trying to mediate on the side. Alright, Lao Wu. Mr. Chen is my benefactor. I looked at Qin Li, no hiding. I was just thinking about meeting you. Let's have a private talk. Qin Li immediately nodded, then called out to the people behind to eat first. I'll be right back in a moment. Once outside, Lu Zheng pulled Qin Li to a corner. Mr. Qin, to be honest, my father only started to fall ill after coming to my house recently. It's strange that even my wife and children, and even I myself are starting to feel uncomfortable now. But when I go to the hospital, they can't find anything wrong. Qin Li frowned slightly, and asked Lu Zheng to stretch out his wrist. After feeling the pulse, Qin Li found that his pulse was steady and calm. He did not notice any problems. Immediately, he mobilized his true energy to investigate. He immediately discovered a black energy entwined around Lu Zheng's body. The black air on the blue and white big bowl is exactly the same. I have a rough idea in my heart. The problem should be with Lu Zheng's family. Then turned around and said, Mayor Lu can rest assured. I have a clear understanding in my heart. I'll visit you as soon as my family banquet is over, and I'll completely solve this matter for you. Qin Li agreed. The gloom on Lu Zheng's face also disappeared. The time quickly came to the evening. Qin Li was carrying Chu Jing, who had passed out from drinking, and for so long. It was the first time for Qin Li to hear the old father-in-law's praise. He placed Chu Jing on the rear seat of the car. Qin Li's gaze turns to the driver's cab. Qingyan, you guys can go back first. I need to go out for something. We'll meet again soon. Qin Li uses the underworld navigation to arrive at a dark alley. As soon as Kong entered alone, the scene in front of her made her startled. In the narrow alley stood more than 10 people led by Lu Minghao, each holding a stick or weapon. Lu Minghao sneered. Qin Li, we meet again. This time I will send you to hell. But if you can cut off your own 2 hands, I will let you go. Qin Li still stood indifferently in place. He even felt a bit like laughing. Watching this scene, Lu Minghao's face revealed a hint of fierceness. Since you refuse to make a move, let me help you with that. Without hesitation, he swung his hand down. A group of over a dozen people charged out mightily. Qin Li snorted coldly. In an instant, he covered his whole body with true energy. In the next second, he suddenly exerted force with his feet, directly kicking a thug out, then shuttling through the crowd with punches and kicks. Just a few breaths later, the ground was covered with unconscious bodies. At this moment, Qin Li lifted his gaze and looked over. It seems like your men are not enough? A faint voice sounded, but it sent a chill down Lu Minghao's spine. He didn't understand why this mute trash. How did you suddenly become so powerful? He doesn't care about anything at the moment. He just runs off directly. Qin Li didn't catch up. He just silently watched like a fool. For him, Lu Minghao is just a passing guest in life. Qin Li didn't care. What intrigues him now is what is unusual in Lu's home. Not long after, Qin Li arrived outside a villa, but before he entered, he heard a faint sound. Not crying, nor a sound of wind. But after staring at it for a while, I didn't see any problems. After ringing the doorbell, Lu Zheng saw Qin Li's arrival, and his face also showed some excitement. Mr. Qin, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Come in quickly. But as soon as he stepped in, Qin Li's face instantly became extremely serious. The spacious living room was filled with a strong sense of malevolence. It has congealed into a substantial form. Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out from the room. Lu Zheng hurriedly ran over with Qin Li. He helped his wife up from the ground. But as his wife looked over, his body suddenly trembled. He wanted to say something but couldn't make a sound. Only to see a boy around 10 years old, completely ignoring gravity at the moment, directly suspended in the air. What kind of force can make a 10-year-old boy float in the air? Since Qin Li stepped into this villa, eerie things seemed to sense the danger. Even though the boy let out a sharp and piercing scream, Qin Li's eyes narrowed. He covered his spiritual power over the silver needle. The next second, his arm swung out violently. Several silver needles flew towards the ominous shadow behind the boy. Touching that mildew coagulates into substantial malevolence, as if encountering a natural enemy, pressing into the boy's brow. The boy, deprived of supporting strength, suddenly collapses onto the bed. Just as Qin Li was about to relax, a sudden change occurred. Lu Zheng and his wife showed a fierce look. Their voices also became sharp. Clearly, they had been eroded by malevolence, disturbing the mind seeing this scene. Qin Li no longer speaks, quickly mobilize spiritual power into the silver needle, directly pierce the boy's brow. Then a black shadow appears between the boy's brows. At the moment Qin Li saw the dark figure appear, he injected spiritual power into the silver needle again, in a sudden shot into the air. This time the dark figure had no escape. It dissipated like smoke, leaving no trace. In an instant, everyone in the room returned to normal. It was only then that Qin Li could breathe a sigh of relief. Next, all we need to do is to see what trickery has been played in Lu Zheng's home. But as time passed, searched the room but found no anomalies. But I learned from Lu Zheng's mouth that he received a pair of stone lions not long ago, and placed them at the door, then went outside. Qin Li was among them. An anomaly was discovered inside the lion's mouth. It was a piece of jade. But strangely, the jade did not feel cold to the touch. But it was scorching hot like being burned by fire. And it was still shrouded in dense evil energy. Qin Li immediately exerted force in his hand, crushing the culprit, the jade, to pieces. To handle everything, Lu Zheng's wife also regained her former gentleness, and expressed her gratitude to Qin Li. At this point, Lu Zheng stepped forward and said, "Mr. Qin, we really owe you a lot today. I have an idea. I wonder if Mr. Qin would like to open a clinic?" Exhibiting a sense of seeking favor again. "This time, you saved the lives of my whole family. I will establish a clinic for Mr. Qin. Consider it as my gratitude gift. How about that?" Qin Li was taken aback. He had never thought about this, but he nodded in agreement. If opening a clinic could help more people, then learning this martial arts technique wouldn't have been in vain. In the future, if he finds his parents, they should also feel happy for me, right? As night falls, at car shuttles on the city's roads, Qin Li gazes through the car window, enjoying the hustle and bustle of the city at night, but suddenly his eyes sharpened, and saw a very familiar figure. The slim figure in a graceful dress, embodied an ethereal quality. Chu Qingyan's gaze kept scanning the crowd. The appearance of a deputy. Just then, a charming and revealingly dressed, short-haired woman walked towards her. Qin Li thought it was Chu Qingyan's close friend. The next moment, he almost poked his own eyes out. Chu Qingyan and the girl were actually kissing on the street. In an instant, Qin Li's mind seemed to be shattered by a loud thunder. I got played by a woman? Lu Zheng's driver noticed him staring at two women for a long time, and couldn't help but joke, "Young man, you've got quite unique taste." Qin Li's expression was also extremely complex. They saw Chu Qingyan and another person walking into a bar arm in arm, just as he was about to have the driver leave. He saw that short-haired woman, making a gesture towards the dark. Qin Li instantly woke up. He immediately got out of the car and followed them in. He saw that the two people had just sat down. The short-haired woman kept pouring alcohol for Chu Qingyan, but Chu Qingyan's expression clearly showed that she was enjoying it. It took only 2 or 3 minutes. Chu Qingyan fell into the woman's arms. Qin Li decisively stated that Chu Qingyan's capacity for alcohol definitely would not have fallen so quickly. It can only mean that something was added to the wine. As expected, the woman walked up the stairs, towards the second floor, and stopped in front of a guest room. For just 2 or 3 seconds, a man walked out from inside, and directly took Chu Qingyan from the hand of the short-haired woman, and approached the edge of the bed. The contemporary successor of the majestic Fu Shi 9 needles. Today, I was cuckolded by a woman. Just now, Chu Qingyan was thrown onto a bed. She is now in a complete daze. Lu Ming gently strokes her cheek. A wicked smile plays on the corner of his mouth. "Qingyan, don't blame me. Who told you not to divorce that waste? I had no other choice." The man lunged at her like a hungry wolf, and reached for Chu Qingyan's clothes. Not far away, there is also a camera set up. But just then, a knocking sound is heard. Lu Minghao turns impatiently. But when he hears that it's for delivering safety measures outside the door, the dissatisfaction on his face disappeared instantly. He muttered that the girl took the money. She's quite capable. But at the moment the door opened, the sleazy smile on his face instantly froze. "Raise your hand and want to close the door." But before I had the chance, Qin Li pushed me into the room. Lu Minghao just wanted to say something, but Qin Li didn't give him any face anymore. He directly kicked him out. Lu Minghao fell to the ground immediately. A stream of blood coughed out from his mouth. Qin Li approached step by step. An extremely cold voice rang in his ear. "How do you want to die?" Lu Minghao immediately felt a chill in his spine. With a thump, he knelt in front of Qin Li and begged for mercy desperately. Qin Li ignored him. His gaze turned to Chu Qingyan, and he noticed that her face was getting more and more flushed. "I'm afraid I won't detoxify again. If the blood surges and damages the brain, it will be troublesome. Then I'll give you one last chance. Don't show up again in the future." But Lu Minghao just passed behind Qin Li. He actually pulled out a dagger from his bosom and fiercely stabbed towards Qin Li's back. But in that instant, Qin Li was holding a silver needle and directly stuck it in Lu Mingchao's crotch. Suddenly, there was a heart-wrenching cry that resounded throughout the room. The next second, Lu Minghao trembled and collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and he was kicked out of the room. Qin Licheng sighed in relief. "Thankfully, you came today. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened." Then walked to Chu Qingyan's side, quickly took out a silver needle and infused spiritual power, fell directly on the wrist. Guided through the silver needle, Qin Li directed the spiritual power into Chu Qingyan's body, expelling the poison. Not long after, Chu Qingyan slowly woke up, but when she opened her eyes, she saw Qin Li's face. She was stunned for a moment, suddenly remembered being drunk. But her first reaction was not about herself. What did the beloved one who trusts you do to you? But slapped Qin Li's face with his hand. Qin Li was also stunned. "I just saved you, and you turn around and hit me? What does this mean?" Chu Qingyan is full of anger in her eyes. "You actually used force on me, and after it's done, you say you're saving me?" At that moment, Qin Li didn't say anything. He doesn't want to explain anything. At least in Chu Qingyan's heart, he never had any status. He pushed the door and left directly. Seeing Qin Li leaving so decisively, Chu Qingyan immediately became furious. She grabbed the pillow and threw it towards the door. Then she curled up on the bed and sobbed softly. But then she heard a drip-drip sound. Her gaze turned to one side. Chu Qingyan then realized that the camera was still standing on the side. On the other hand, Qin Li didn't go home after leaving the bar. Instead, he came to the bench in the forest park and sat down. However, a burst of phone ringing disrupted the silence of the moment. After answering the call, a familiar voice came through. "Are you Qin Li, little brother?" "It's me, Lu Wan. Do you still have the ointment you gave me last time? I want to buy a large batch again. Also, it's best to add the effect of tenderizing the skin. How much do you need?" "I had to go back and prepare." Lu Wan smiled faintly. "Let's start with 200 portions. I'll transfer 2 million to your card later. Don't be polite to me later. You're going to open a clinic recently. You'll definitely need money in the future. Consider the rest as my sponsorship." With Lu Wan's words, Qin Li couldn't refuse anymore. Just accept it calmly. When the deep and distant bell rings, symbolizing the arrival of the goddess of dawn, Chu Qingyan on the sofa curled up. The overwhelming guilt surged in her heart. When Qin Ligang entered the house, he saw the scene. He didn't speak. Instead, he silently walked towards the room. Chu Qingyan, on the other hand, called out to Qin Li, intending to apologize for today. "I hesitated for a long time and still couldn't say it." Qin Li turned his head and glanced. He found her looking a bit pale. He felt a pang of guilt. Then he sighed. "I didn't take today's events to heart." "You don't need to think too much either." A faint voice sounded, easing Chu Qingyan's complexion. Qin Li pondered. "Sit on the sofa opposite. It's mainly because of work, isn't it?" "I heard about it. But it's okay if you were dismissed." "But I haven't finished speaking yet." Chu Qingyan suddenly became excited. "If I am dismissed, who will take care of this family? Moreover, the current situation makes it difficult to find a new company." Qin Li calmly set down his teacup. "The patient I saved last time was actually Mayor Lu's father. Yesterday, I cured his child again. To express his gratitude, he gave me a clinic. So you don't have to worry too much." Then walked up the stairs. "The clinic won't be open for a while. If you'd like to help, you're welcome anytime." Chu Qingyan watched Qin Li's back, feeling a bit complicated. Clearly misunderstood him before, but comforting myself in turn. thinking about it but never said it out loud. Noon. There was a noisy shout outside the villa gate. Qin Li swayed down the stairs. As soon as the door opened, a cold and beautiful face appeared. Qin Li, it's you. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and let me in, Missy. I really don't understand how my cousin, Qingyan, ended up marrying you. It's like a flower blooming in a pile of cow dung. Qin Li held back and didn't say anything. This woman is Chu Qingyan's best friend. Back in school, we used to prank her a lot. Whenever she prepared for something, as expected, the next moment Tanzi would shout from inside the house, Qingyan, hurry up and get ready to go shopping. Qin Li naturally infiltrated as a driver. Not long after, Tanzi led two people to a luxurious club. From her, they learned, there will be an auction of jade and precious stones here. She casually handed the ticket to the security guard, and pointed at Qin Li. The driver behind is also with us. Qin Li followed along somewhat helplessly. As Tanzi said, it's the same inside. In the dazzling hall, countless upper-class people are gathered. And at this moment, the stone gambling auction is also in full swing. Suddenly Tanzi approached. Since you're here, Qin Li, why don't you also buy a stone to give to Qingyan? Qin Li nodded. If Qingyan likes it, I will naturally buy it for her. But just then, Qin Li's gaze shifted, and landed on the adjacent scrap area, where a piece of stone emitting a faint spiritual power caught his attention. He walked forward in confusion, and reached out his hand. Realizing it was not an illusion, the spiritual power in the stone resonated with the power within his body. The staff on the side reminded, Sir, these are all discarded small blocks of material, 101 piece. Qin Li searched through several pockets, and handed over the change he had collected. I want this piece, please help me cut it. Tanzi witnessed all this. His face suddenly looked dissatisfied. It seems to be the same as before. I'm so embarrassed it's beyond words. You even mentioned opening a clinic with Qingyan. But the conversation wasn't finished. Suddenly, cries of surprise were heard, only to see the staff holding that stone of Qin Li. There was a look of horror in the eyes, which immediately attracted everyone on the field, who all praised the quality of the jade. Qin Li took the jade in his hand, and a large crowd immediately gathered around him. Everyone wanted to bid for it. But at that moment, a middle-aged wealthy merchant walked over, and immediately offered 500 million. How about selling this stone to me? An inconspicuous black stone was actually offered 500 taels by someone. But the man not only refused, but also gave the stone to his wife. Chu Qingyan looked at the jade in front of her. Your expression looks a bit subtle. But without much thought, I pushed the jade stone forward. Uncle Tan, you are the Jade King of Yangcheng. It's an honor for the younger generation to have caught your eye. Uncle Tan looks very pleased. Qingyan, you still speak so well. I'll bring the check over in a while. Then, looking at Qin Li, little brother, could you help me take another look at the stone I just took a photo of? Qin Li took a moment to size it up, and then shook his head. It's just a very ordinary stone. Nothing special about it. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a low whisper around. But Mr. Tan just smiled faintly. He also thought that Qin Li had misjudged. He immediately handed it over to the staff for cutting. But when the cracked stone was placed in front, everyone present was delighted. Even Mr. Tan's complexion looked a bit unsightly, but he also forced a smile and spoke up. Young man, I really didn't misjudge you. We, at Tan's, are still lacking a palm eye. If you're interested, you can give it a try. Qin Li originally intended to refuse tactfully, but was stopped by Tan Lao. Don't rush to answer. Think about it more. Tell me the answer next time you come. Twilight is upon us. On the way back in the car, the atmosphere between the two becomes somewhat delicate. Qin Li handed over the check for the sale of the jade. My foot was patted away. Chu Qingyan's face looks a bit gloomy. Qin Li, have you always been lying to me? Why are you pretending to be mute? Qin Li remains silent. What's meant to happen will happen. 10 years ago, he was taught everything by a Taoist, Qi human. This is what caused him to be mute for 10 years. These things are simply unbelievable. But also cannot easily mention it to others. I did not lie after a moment of reflection. I used to be a mute. Chu Qingyan turned her face away. If you don't want to say, then forget it. But why did you agree to marry me in the first place? Qin Li looked ahead and opened the memories of the past. Back then, we were both alumni. He was known as a mute in the outside world, endured all kinds of humiliations, but Qin Li still remembers that day clearly, when Chu Qingyan appeared and protected him. His long-dormant heart seemed to flutter. "So after graduation, you came to find me to get married."
"Actually, I'm quite happy.
"Even though I know I'm just your scapegoat." Hearing this, Chu Qingyan's eyes are slightly evasive. Her voice becomes a bit quieter. "Have you never resented me?" Qin Li smiled casually. "How could I resent you? The Chu family has never wronged me, and neither have you. And in my heart, I have always regarded you as my wife." Chu Qingyan immediately covered her cheeks. Blushing, she lowered her head. Qin Li noticed the tension ease, and changed the topic. "My clinic will open tomorrow. Come and take a look." Chu Qingyan's unconventional theory. "I thought you were joking. Treating illness and saving lives is not as simple as you think." Qin Li naturally sensed the concern in the words. "You can rest assured and speak up with a clear voice immediately. I only treat minor illnesses like fever and cold." The time came to the second morning. Changkin Hall. And it opened on the same day. The Chu family is also all mobilized, adding a lot of popularity to this clinic. But Chu Qingyan's aunt is a bit strange. The Chu family has found a good son-in-law. I don't even know when Qin Li will see a doctor. Is this a scam? Chu Jing sits steadily aside, with a smile on his face. There's no need for you two to worry about this. My son-in-law has always been elusive. I heard that this clinic also saved the family of Mayor Lu. Meanwhile on the other side, Lu Minghao didn't waste any time, and looked at Qin Li with a fierce expression. You dare to open a medical clinic? You're really asking for trouble. But don't forget, your territory has to be inspected by my people. Last time I was made to look so bad. Even if you climb up to Mayor Lu. You haven't finished talking yet. Lu Zheng and Lu Wan appeared at the door of the clinic. They came in and congratulated Qin Li. Lu Minghao was stunned on the spot. I'm not sure about the relationship between Qin Li and D. He had Jing invite Mayor Lu to come and congratulate in person, just when everything was going smoothly. Suddenly, there was a heart-wrenching cry from outside. What kind of disease is it in the end? Causing a 10-year-old boy's face to turn blue, and he couldn't stop trembling all over. As the boy's vital signs gradually declined, Qin Li no longer delayed, and laid him flat on the bed. A hint of spiritual power enters the body. In less than a moment, Qin Li immediately detects abnormalities in the boy's stomach. He suddenly turns to look at the boy's father. Your son has been poisoned. What did you give him to eat? The man shook his head. I don't know. Usually, it's the neighbor who helps take care of him. There's never been any problem. Han Ying frowned. You as a father are really irresponsible, letting others take care of your own child. Upon hearing this, the man started crying directly. My wife passed away early. I have to work to make money. How can I afford to send my son to school without money? Qin Li remained silent. The situation of the little boy was becoming critical. He directed spiritual power to cover the boy's stomach wall. Then he held a dozen silver needles and manipulated strands of spiritual power to infuse into them. Then, with lightning speed, he pierced into the boy's 8 extraordinary meridians. Just then, the boy on the bed suddenly spurted a mouthful of dark blood. Then his stomach churned, and he vomited everything he had eaten. Seeing this scene, the boy's father, the crying on the face also stopped. Qin Li quickly retracted the silver needle. He breathed out a sigh of relief. Your child is fine now. If you're still worried, you can go to the hospital for a checkup. The man rushed over. He held the child tightly in his arms. Then he turned and knelt before Qin Li. His words carried the most sincere gratitude. Onlookers also began to applaud one after another. At this moment, the reputation of Changkin Hall spread far and wide. Meanwhile, not far away around the corner, Lu Minghao's eyes were filled with cunning. Clearly, he made the child drink so much pesticide. I never expected that Qin Li actually revived him, and even let him gain a reputation. The evening sky gradually darkened. Qin Li finished seeing the last patient. His spirit was exhausted. However, at this moment, in the thicket outside the backyard, there came the sound of rustling. Qin Li's eyes showed a trace of vigilance. And the next moment, a woman covered in scars walks out from inside, with a sharp knife in her hand dripping with blood.
The moment she sees Qin Li,
she pounces like a hungry wolf. With a murderous and ruthless look in her eyes, upon seeing the situation, Qin Li quickly spoke up. "Wait, this is a medical clinic. I am the doctor here." But in the instant his words fell, the woman suddenly collapsed. Obviously, she passed out from physical exhaustion. Qin Li sighed helplessly. "It looks like I'll have to work late into the night." Then he carried the woman into the clinic, and laid her flat on the sickbed, preparing to deal with the woman's injuries. But at this moment, a medallion worn around the woman's neck caught his attention. Qin Li held it in his hand. Liang Qing. Even next to it, 19th Division of the military region. Qin Li's heart suddenly jumped, staring at the woman. The next morning, the unconscious Liang Qing also awoke from a nightmare, gasping for breath. She turned in confusion, and saw Qin Li, who was making medicine. "Was it you who saved me?"
Qin Li's voice sounded faint. "If you had arrived 2 minutes later last night,
I would have been beyond help." Liang Qing glanced at the bandaged wound. "Still clearly feel a little pain." She struggled with the pain to get up, dragging her weak body to go outside. Qin Li feels somewhat reluctant. "Where do you plan to go next?" Liang Qing stopped. "I have no home. I don't know where to go either." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Li walked towards the window. "I happen to need an assistant recently. You can stay, and I will pay you a salary every month, but it won't be too high. How about 5,000 yuan?"
Liang Qing looked deeply at Qin Li,
and said seriously, "If you save my life, it is yours. If there is anything I can do, I will do it without hesitation."
On the land of China,
there exists an extremely mysterious organization. They have expert hackers specializing in intelligence theft, and psychological masters guiding public opinion in the dark. And among them, a department named Section 19. They are the most extraordinary beings. Each of them possesses exceptional strength. They calm the internal and external troubles of the country, guarding every corner of Huasha. Liang Qing, saved by Qin Li. He serves as a member of the 19th Pavilion. Seeing Liang Qing agreed to stay in the medical clinic, Qin Li then gave a few instructions to prepare to leave. However, just at this moment, the door of the medical clinic was suddenly pushed open. Tan Zi hurried in. She grabbed Qin Li's tie and pulled him out. "I'm inviting you on behalf of Tan Ji to participate in the Jade contest. Come with me quickly." Not long after, the two arrived at the stone gambling square in Zhangcheng. Tan Lao sees Qin Li's arrival. His face is also very happy. He immediately starts to introduce. This competition is divided into 2 parts, stone gambling and carving. After the Jade is unveiled, the on-site auction will begin. The highest bidder will become the Jade champion. The next 3 are your team members. From left to right, they are Wang Chao, Zhao Lin, and Lao Shu. I'm counting on you for this time.
Qin Li showed signs of suspicion.
Tan Lao took another step forward. If little friend Qin can help us win the championship, I'm willing to gift you 10% stake in Tan Jewelry. 10% of the shares are yours. Tanzi is also threatening on the side. I am Qinyan's close friend. If you don't do it, I can't guarantee what I might say. Qin Li pursed his lips. I could only nod in response. And then we arrived at the center of the stone gambling square. Seeing Qin Li eager to try, Zhao Lin behind him started to mock. A young fellow like you really want to pick a stone? Qin Li smiles indifferently. Since we're here, we might as well test our luck. Don't you think so? The 3 of them smile knowingly. Then he took out a card and handed it to Qin Li. Since Mr. Qin is interested, here is the remaining 1,000 yuan in it. Take it and have fun. Qin Li took it and a cold smile appeared on his face. Even though there are millions, they only gave me 1,000. Since that's the case, I'll smash your faces in. Wait, 3 people leave. Qin Li walked to a stall and looked around. Suddenly his eyes narrowed. He found a stone not far away, radiating a trace of spiritual energy. Qin Li became happy, because this gambling stone not only has a much stronger spiritual energy, and there's a touch of blood in it. Qin Li came to his senses, and quickly handed the card to the staff. There's only 1,000 inside. Also, the card is made of pure gold. Let's use this to offset the price difference. After this, Qin Li stored the gambling stones elsewhere, and then returned to the gathering point. Zhao Lin and others saw Qin Li return empty-handed. There was a sneer on their faces. Lao Shu stepped forward to taunt even more. "Kid, know your place and hurry back. Not just anyone can sit in Tan Ji's position." Qin Li said calmly. "The rocks I bought. Whether they can win a prize is hard to say, but I never thought about the position of the handprint." As the words fall, at this moment, Mr. Tan walked over. Lao Shu takes a step forward. "Tan Lao, don't worry. This time, we've got the 2 best original stones of the whole field, guaranteed to enter the front room." Tan Lao's gaze turned to the side. "The part where 2 original stones are opened is also good. The quality should be not bad." It also added some confidence in the heart. Shortly after, the stone gambling competition is about to begin. The host is arranging the drawing on the field. As time goes by,
The value of the jade displayed on the field.
by the top 3 has been revealed. Tan jewelry happens to be the last one. And Mr. Shu was seen pushing the jade onto the stage with a heavy heart. The previous contestant clearly put a lot of pressure on him. He takes a deep breath. Then he picks up the stone to cut it. But what happens next leaves everyone dumbfounded. Both pieces he cut open turn out to be worthless stones. The 3 people's expressions suddenly turned extremely ugly. 5 million just gone like that. Mr. Tan couldn't help but smile bitterly. This time not only lost money. Tan's jewelry's reputation is also completely ruined. The host on stage also feels regretful. Never expected that buying the 2 most expensive stones would yield such results. However, amidst the regret, Qin Li is holding a wooden box, confidently walked up,
Smoothly took out the rough stone and placed it on the cutting table.
At the moment of cutting, a translucent green stone appeared in sight. A seemingly ordinary stone marked at 20,000. The man, however, bought it without hesitation. Onlookers all gave him a dumbfounded look. But the man paid no attention to it at all. Instead, he confidently placed the stone on the cutting table. Amidst the splashing sparks from the operation, actually sold a top-quality jadeite emerald green. Such a scene is astonishing. Mr. Tan's heart turned cold and desolate. If this 5 million is all in Qin Li's hands, Tan Ji might really win the championship. However, amid the clamor,
Qin Li proceeded to cut the jade again.
And in the next second, a hue akin to fresh blood was revealed in the air. A closer look. It turned out to be a naturally formed humanoid blood jade. In an instant, sounds of gasps filled the air. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. Qin Li peeled the humanoid blood jade from the jadeite, holding it up high in his hand. This is the jade selected by Tan Ji. At this point, the host also woke up from the shock. The voice was extremely high. "My God. This is actually a rare jade within jade. It used to be a 1 billion blood jade."
The whole stadium erupted in this moment.
Everyone raised their bidding paddles wildly.
In an instant, the price broke through 1 billion.
Until the sound of the gavel settled it. Finally sold at the sky-high price of 2 billion. The host also announces at this moment,
"Congratulations to Tan Jewelry for winning the championship of this competition with a bidding price of 2 billion.
Instantly, the audience on the entire venue shouted out loudly again. Mr. Tan stood in the center of the stage. Enjoy this moment of honor to the fullest. After the awards ceremony, Tan bowed deeply to Qin Lishan. "Mr. Qin, I'm really grateful to you today. If it weren't for you, it looks like Tan's sign is going to be destroyed. On behalf of Tan Ji, I will donate all the money from the auction of this blood jade to you, as a token of gratitude."
Qin Li was slightly stunned.
Wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Tanzi. This competition, Tan's reputation is established, and can stand firm in Jiangsu. Qin Li, you just accept it. But at this moment, a group of men in suits walked up.
The bald man in the lead directly handed Qin Li an invitation letter.
"Mr. Qin, the organizer of this competition, Mr. Zhang sincerely invites you to his home for a gathering.
Please do us the honor of coming." Qin Li was quite surprised but still accepted the invitation.
Not long after, Qin Li arrived at a grand and magnificent building. Following inside, what comes into view are various famous calligraphies and paintings, each exuding an elegant air. After wandering through the winding corridors, Qin Li also meets the person he was invited to meet, Yang's eldest son, Zhang Jun. He warmly invited Qin Li into the room. "Mr. Qin's performance today really opened my eyes. But what makes me curious is, Mr. Chen continues to cut after cutting the jade. Did Mr. Chen already know that there was blood jade inside? Qin Li smiled calmly and said, "When I first held the jade, my palm felt warm. I also noticed something unusual, so I was curious to cut and take a look." Zhang Jun suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Actually, the reason I asked you to come this time is because there's something I need to trouble you with. I'd like to ask for your help in finding a piece of blood jade for me. I wonder if Mr. Chen is convenient with that? Qin Li didn't say anything more. Instead, he turned his gaze to the coughing old man. Noticing his gaze, the old man asked Mr. Chen, "Do I have any unusual features?" Qin Li smiled and said, "I actually know a little bit of medicine. If you don't mind, I can take your pulse for you." The old man said lightly, "We have searched for famous doctors but to no avail. Since Mr. Chen is skilled in medicine, it's worth a try." He immediately lifted his wrist. Qin Lishan took the opportunity to step forward. He pressed his fingers on the pulse. A trace of spiritual energy penetrated into the old man's body. Sure enough, the old man's body had been eroded by malevolent energy for many days. It's even begun to devour the essence within the body. Without hesitation, the silver needle was quickly inserted into the old man's body. Vaguely, a bagua formation appeared. As time passed, a trace of evil air is also stripped from the old man's body, until completely forced out of the body. The old man let out a breath. His face gradually regained its ruddy color. Then he moved his body. I just felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Qin Licheng let out a long sigh. I've only temporarily suppressed the illness. To eliminate it, we still need to find the cause from Mr. Zhang himself. Zhang Jun was puzzled. My grandfather has always been taken care of by me. He rarely goes out normally. Qin Li contemplated for a moment, and cautiously began speaking. May I ask if Mr. Zhang has recently received any treasures? As soon as the question was asked, Zhang Jun suddenly remembered, and then took out a jade pillow from the old man's bedroom. In his old age, the old man suffered from a serious illness, which, as it turned out, was caused by a jade pillow. Qin Li Xin became more convinced that this jade pillow is likely taken from a tomb. Prolonged exposure could be fatal. The old man's expression turned to shock, as he recalled sleeping with it every night. He feels a sudden chill all over his body. The cause of the illness has been identified. Zhang Jun excitedly steps forward. My grandfather has been chronically ill. I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be so kind-hearted as a doctor. No matter if you can find the blood jade, my Zhang family can grant you a request. Qin Li smiled calmly. Mr. Zhang is too polite. Curing the sick and saving lives is my duty. With a serious face again, but finding the blood jade is also possible. I have only one request. Zhang Jun hurriedly pledged. As long as my Zhang family can help, never refuse. I saw Qin Li handing over a photo. The people in the photo are my parents. They have been missing for 10 years. There is still no news. I understand. But it will be quite difficult within 10 years. It will take some time. We, the Zhang family, will do our best. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I will definitely find out about the blood jade as soon as possible. I will bring it to you. Then Zhang Jun handed over a bank card. Mr. Chen, there are 200 million in here. Consider it as the startup capital for your search for the blood jade. I will thank you again when I find it. Qin Li was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, the Zhang family's influence is really not small. He then accepted it calmly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he left the Zhang family. The morning of the second day arrived. Qin Li arrived at the clinic early. Just as he was about to push the door open, at this moment, an old man in Zhongshan suit walked up to him. Dr. Chen, you finally came. I've been having frequent headaches lately. Could you please help me take a look? Chen Liging wanted to invite the old man into the clinic, but a voice came from behind. Today, Tang's traditional Chinese medicine is officially open. Mr. Tang Bohuai, a descendant of the Tang family, is personally providing consultations here today. Opportunity knocks but once. The old man turned around in surprise. Mr. Tang? Is it the top traditional Chinese doctor in Yangcheng? The man who just called out smiled and spoke. That's right. And we have inherited the medical skills for 100 years. Not something that can be compared to some random clinics. Hearing this, the old man ran without hesitation towards the opposite side. Register and ask for medical advice. At this point, the man leaned in and said again, "Have you heard that the Chankin Hall across the street sells fake medicine? I didn't expect them to run away the other day, and now they're back today." These words were naturally heard by Qin Li, and his face immediately changed. "You slander me in front of my face. Have you thought about the consequences?" A faint voice sounded, but the man felt a chill on his back. Just then, an elderly man in Tang costume walks out from the Tang Medical Center, scornfully. "What's the point of competing with a junior apprentice like that? As a doctor, how can you lack such magnanimity?" Another cold snort. "It's truly a corrupted world. I have been practicing medicine for decades. Are young people nowadays daring to casually claim to be traditional Chinese medicine practitioners?" He then turned to the old man. "Where do you feel uncomfortable? Let me take a look."
The old man raised his hand and took off his hat, pointing to the densely packed bumps on his head,
"Like blisters."
The moment Tang Bohuai saw it,
his heart suddenly tightened.
Obviously, he was also startled.
The main thing is that he has never heard of such a strange disease, but for the sake of face, he can only pretend to be calm and take out a silver needle, and then prepare to burst the abscess on the top of his head. Qin Li saw this scene. "Immediately stop. The abscess on this old man's head needs to be treated with a fire needle. If not handled properly, it may endanger his life." Tang Bohuai gritted his teeth and said, "I don't need a yellow boy like you to teach me how to heal." As he spoke, he used a silver needle to pick through the pustule,
but only for a moment.
The old man fell down holding his head in pain. There's even a sound of wailing coming out of his mouth. At this moment, Tang Bohuai's heart tightens again.
Unclear why it has become like this.
Qin Li takes decisive action and steps forward, pull out the silver needle and get ready to remedy the situation. However, he was stopped by Tang Bohuai. "This is my patient. You don't have the qualifications to interfere." Gan Kun Tang. Qin Li got angry. He raised his hand and slapped him.
"You people who treat patients as toys
are not worthy of being called doctors." How evil is this old man? Patients he cannot cure himself. He won't allow others to treat. This kind of behavior that regards human life as trivial. Qin Li certainly wouldn't stand by and do nothing.
He directly slapped the person away.
Then he walked to the patient and infiltrated a trace of spiritual power with a silver needle. Quickly insert it into the old man's forehead. Search carefully. The situation at the moment is not optimistic. The boil on the old man's head is caused by a viral infection, and it has also been pierced by Tang Bohuai's middle yuan essence,
leading to the patient's internal cold attacking the heart,
gradually devouring the vitality.
Qin Li's expression changed.
He immediately used the fiery needle technique from the 9 needles of Fuxi. The temperature of the silver needle suddenly increased rapidly.
Qin Li seized the opportunity
and directly inserted the silver needle into the old man's body. Under the scorching heat, the virus dissipated into thin air. In less than a moment, the old man slowly regained consciousness, and the abscess on his head also dried up. At this, Qin Li let out a long sigh, and then looked at Tang Bohuai. "What you did today has truly brought shame to the Chinese medical community."
Tang Bohuai glared at Qin Li with gritted teeth.
"Do you dare to challenge me right now? We'll compare who makes the first mistake in saving people. Whoever does that gets out of Chinese medicine forever." Qin Li gave him a late glance. He immediately nodded and accepted the challenge. The news spread quickly. Even as the evening approached, the clinics on both sides were still bustling. Many came specifically to join in the fun. But as time passed by, Tang Bohuai's face became even more grim. It took him over 30 years to achieve such medical skills. Qin Li unexpectedly did not make a mistake all afternoon. Then, he lightly coughed twice. Beside him, a heavily made-up woman. It's like suddenly receiving some secret signal, and then making a gesture. After the woman left, Douglas tightened his brows and began to see the next patient. But as he finished taking the pulse, suddenly, his expression changed and became very serious. At the same time, a woman arrived on Qin Li's side. She looks fragile and weak. But after Qin Li checked her pulse, even sensing a trace of spiritual power, he found no abnormalities in her. However, just at this moment, suddenly there was a cry from the opposite side. In an instant, everyone looked over. In front of Tang Bohuai, a young man was lying at this moment. His body was twitching incessantly, with foam already coming out of his mouth.
Chaos erupted in the Tang doctor's office. Seeing the man faint,
the assistant immediately called for an ambulance. This scene occurred. The crowd queuing at the entrance of the clinic scattered in disarray. Tang Bohuai trembled with anger.
The reputation he had built up over 30 years
was destroyed in an instant. Now he turned to Qin Li's side. The Qipao woman also noticed what was happening outside. She suddenly closed her eyes. Her body swayed and then fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that both sides would have trouble at the same time. At this moment, Tang Bohuai pushed through the crowd and glared at Qin Li with a stern face. "Don't get cocky, kid. If you can't cure him, we'll just have to call it a draw."
Qin Li snorted coldly,
then turned to look at the woman on the ground and pretended to exclaim, "Looks like I'll have to use the largest silver needle. I need to examine it carefully. Otherwise, if you stab the wrong place, you may become disabled." Qin Li's words were like a needle prick. They kept echoing in the woman's mind. And the voice was getting closer. In the end, she struggled for only a few seconds, then suddenly got up. "Dr. Qin, I'm not sick. I was sent by the Tang Medical Pavilion. Please spare me."
Qin Li showed no surprise,
turned around and spoke coldly. "As a doctor, not only treating patients like toys, but also using despicable means, you are not qualified to bear the title of a doctor." The words fell.
Qin Li didn't care what Tang Bohuai was saying,
and left directly. Just as he reached the backyard, Liang Qing's figure appeared in front of him. "The boss just asked if I should take care of that person." Qin Li smiled calmly. "There's no need to worry. Just focus on recovering here. But in a few days, I will indeed need your help with something." But I haven't finished speaking yet. A cell phone rang, interrupting his words. Qin Li answered the phone. A crisp female voice came from the other end. "Mr. Qin, hello. I have been commissioned by Zhang to deliver the news about the raw stones to you. A batch of goods will arrive in Yangcheng in a week. Also, there is something else. I want to talk to Mr. Qin in person. Of course, it is beneficial and harmless to you. I wonder if Mr. Qin is interested?" "Since you said so," Qin Li said lightly. "You set the time. We will talk when we meet." Early the next morning, the previous night's Chinese medicine match was revealed by the media. Seeing this news, Tang Bohuai's eyes filled with anger. The teacup in his hand shattered. Just then, there was a knock on the door, followed by a man walking in. Tang Bohuai's eyes showed surprise and doubt. Lu Minghao handed over a piece of paper. "Only you can accomplish this." When Tang Bohuai saw the content on the paper, his body couldn't help but tremble, and his face was filled with a childish expression. The man roasts the dagger over the fire. As the golden skin quickly peels off, unexpectedly, a legendary golden dragon appears. It turns out it was just now. Qin Li plans to go out, buy a house nearby to store the rough stones. Gaze at Liang Qing. "Do you want to go out for a walk with me? It would also benefit your recovery from the injury." Liang Qing looked over in astonishment, hesitated for a moment and nodded. After leaving the clinic, it was a bustling antique street. There were many antique calligraphy and paintings displayed on both sides of the stalls. Qin Li glanced at Liang Qing and saw that she looked a bit nervous on her face. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Liang Qing, at what age did you begin training? And your parents?"
Liang Qing paused for a moment.
His expression turned somewhat dim. "I've been in the training camp since I was 3.
I have no recollection of what it's like to have parents."
Qin Li let out a sigh. He could imagine entering the military at such a young age. He must have endured a lot of hardship.
Just as I was about to speak,
suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He noticed on the nearby stall, there was a strangely shaped dagger. Upon closer inspection, the blade is already rusty, but the handle is shaped like a dragon claw
and covered with scales.
Qin Li picked up the dagger in amazement and examined it carefully.
This dagger was accidentally dug up from the ground.
After a final bid of 500, it was purchased.
Liang Qing then curiously followed Qin Li's footsteps.
They arrived at a secluded alley and just stopped there.
Qin Li took out a lighter from his pocket,
lit the flame, then placed the dagger on the flame and roasted it. As time passed, the rust on the surface of the dagger actually dripped like liquid, until all the rust on the blade has fallen off.
reappeared in front of the two.
Is a silver sleek knife. It seems to be carved like scales.
Vaguely reveals a golden shadow. Seeing this scene,
Liang Qing's eyes were full of brilliance, staring straight at the dagger.
Qin Li noticed her gaze,
and smiling, handed her the dagger. Do you like it? It's for you. Liang Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. Like receiving a treasure, she took it with both hands. She appeared particularly excited. Just then, Qin Li picked up the phone, but it was Chu Qing's voice, with a trembling tone. Qin Li, hurry back. Zitan has been kidnapped. Qin Li's eyes suddenly sharpened.
Locked eyes with Liang Qing.
Immediately handed the bank card from the pocket to Liang Qing. There's trouble at home. I have to go back.
Today, I must make the purchase.
I trust your judgment. Liang Qing was momentarily stunned, but before he could speak, Qin Li had already run off, and quickly disappeared from view. Meanwhile, at a racetrack in the outskirts, a man, with a stern expression, grabs Chu Zitan's hair. Blame yourself if you have to. Why don't you just listen to me obediently? Must you act innocent and provoke me? Now I not only want you, but also the assets of the Chu family. Chu Zitan is filled with anger.
But she had her hands tied,
could only let out a roar from her mouth.
Suddenly, the roar of a car engine
caught everyone's attention. After the piercing sound of brakes, Qin Li carried the box, and got off the car with a cold face. When they saw that Qin Li was the only person, everyone's faces showed a chilly smile.
Chu Zitan's face was also full of disappointment.
Why is it this useless brother-in-law? What's the use of him coming here? At this moment, Fang Ziyao stepped forward and spoke. Thank you for making the long trip. Put the money on the ground and you can leave. Qin Li put down the box. A faint voice is heard. Didn't we agree that once the ransom is paid, the person can be released? Do you kidnappers have no credibility at all? The words fall. Fang Ziyao and others immediately burst into laughter. Reputation? The Chu family is really making a fool of themselves. Of course, I want both money and people. Then turned to the man behind him and gave an order. Get the money ready. The man immediately stepped forward, muttering obscenities. He was about to pick up the money box, but then, in that instant, Qin Limeng suddenly kicked out. The man and the box in his hand flew out instantly. Even the people behind him were affected by this force.
For a moment, banknotes filled the sky.
Hearing commotion, Fang Ziyao suddenly turned his head, only to witness a scene that would haunt him for life. How audacious this second-generation rich kid is. Not only did he tie a woman to a remote place, he even dared to demand $1 billion ransom. Both people and money, he wants it all. But this time, he has picked the wrong target. With the wind blowing and leaves falling, Qin Li throws a punch. The man rushing toward him instantly has his cheek caved in. Even the bat was broken in two. Then a kick followed. Another person was kicked and sent flying more than 10 meters away. At this point, a strong man tried to sneak up from behind, holding a bat and viciously smashing it toward the head. Qinla's speed is faster, and in a flash, he appears behind him. Then suddenly exerts force with his knee,
causing the entire body of the strong man to sink into the ground.
It's just a moment.
Several people lay on the ground.
Fang Ziyao's face gradually became horrified. Before he could escape, Qin Li's eyes sharpened, and immediately stepped forward. In an instant, she appeared in front of him with warmth in her eyes. Grabbing his shoulder, she threw him down to the ground. As he fell, a fresh stream of blood coughed out. Following that was a fierce punch, smashing down towards his handsome face. Under the repeated punches, even Ihao cannot make a sound.
Chu Zitan raised her eyes not far away,
with a childish look on her face, until several seconds later, Qin Li Kai stood up, but the ground was already covered with darkness. Qin Li then went to Chu Zitan's side, and helped her untie the restraints on her hands. Chu Zitan stood up with a complicated expression on her face. At this moment, the image of my useless brother-in-law became noble in his mind. Wen Qing pursed her lips and spoke. Qin Li, next week there's a mixer at my school. Would you like to come? I apologize to you. After this little storm. The next day, Qin Li returned to the medical clinic. As he approached, Liang Qing's voice was hoarse.
The task you assigned has been completed.
You can go to the sales office today to handle the procedures. Qin Li looked quite surprised. He didn't expect to get it done so quickly. Without further hesitation, he immediately called Liang Qing and rushed to the sales office. I was planning to take a nap in the car, when Qin Li's phone suddenly rang. On the other end was Zhang Jun's voice.
Qin, my man, I've bought 10 storefronts in Zhongcheng.
I'm giving them to you for your clinic. It's already written under your name.
Qin Li was stunned for a few seconds and asked,
Master Zhang, are you serious? Of course it's true. The renovations have already begun. Moreover, you are a great benefactor of my Zhang family. By the way, when will you come to Zhang City? I will send you a villa when you come. Thank you, Zhang Xiao. But I have already bought the villa. I won't let you pay for it. The call ended shortly. Qin Li and 2 others also arrived at the sales office. Just as they entered the hall, a woman walked over and looked at Liang Qing. Miss Liang, why did you suddenly come? Didn't see Mr. Qin come with you?
Liang Qing pointed at Qin Li. Manager Yang, this is my boss, Qin Li.
He's the buyer of the villa on Tianzi 1 Road. Yang Min looked up and down. A hint of disdain flashed in her eyes, thinking that Mr. Zhao also wanted to buy this villa last night, and gave her a tip of 500,000. She then put on a sneer. I'm sorry. The villa you previously reserved has been sold.
Liang Qing stepped forward and asked,
Clearly I paid the deposit first. What do you have to sell to someone else? Yang Min snorted coldly. It is our exclusive villa, the #1 in the world.
Naturally, only the most prestigious people deserve it, Qin Li said lightly.
Is that your family's reputation for being inconsistent? Yang Min replied indifferently, so what? Like you idiot. What qualifications do you have to live in our Tianhao villa? However, at this moment, another cold voice rang out. You're right. We, Tianhao, do indeed only serve distinguished guests. He then turned and walked up to Qin Li. Mr. Qin, hello. I'm Zheng Chushui, the person in charge here. I was the one who contacted you before,
regarding the news of the rough stone supply.
Qin Li turned around displeased, waiting for you to proceed with the formalities. I'll come again. Zheng Chushui quickly spoke up when he saw it. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, I was disrespectful to you. I will take care of the villa for you. Qin Li didn't say another word, and took Liang Qing to leave. Completely disappearing from sight, Zheng Chushui's face immediately turned dark, and instructed several bodyguards, from today on, I don't want to see her. A woman falsely accused a newly opened clinic, even causing herself to break out in sores. At the sight of Qin Li appearing again, the woman became even more agitated, pointing at my face and shouting, It's all because of the skincare products you sold to me. That made my face look like this.
Qin Li was stunned. Besides the ointment made for Lu Wan,
he doesn't sell any skincare products. But before he could speak, a woman's sharp voice rang in his ear again. Captain, arrest him quickly. He is just a swindler who seeks money and causes harm.
2 law enforcement officers also gestured to take out their money, prepared to take Qin Li back for investigation.
At this moment, Liang Qing stepped forward,
blocked Qin Li behind him,
spoke coldly. We don't understand the issues at our clinic. Why do you take him away?
Qin Li, on the other hand, calmly reaches into his pocket,
and then dials Lu Wan's number. Don't be nervous. I'm just looking for someone to vouch for me. Only then did the 2 law enforcement officers let down their guard, and reached out to take the phone. This is the law enforcement brigade of the Yangcheng Patrol Office. Changkin Hall is suspected of selling counterfeit skincare products.
The conversation isn't finished yet. Lu Wan interrupted before I finished speaking.
What fake skincare products? It's simply impossible. You wait for me, I'll be right there. Not long after the call was disconnected, Lu Wan hurried to the clinic. She immediately saw Qin Li in the crowd. At this moment, Qin Li walked up and asked, Sister Lu Wan, have you used the ointment I gave you before? Can you sell it to someone else? Now someone claims I sold fake medicine, causing them disfigurement. Lu Wan smiled and said I've used up all the previous ones. Look at my skin. How can you bear to let others use it? Then glanced at a few people. Just these goods. You also want to buy medicine from Changkin Hall?
The law enforcement officers beside him spoke up. Madam,
is everything you said on the phone true? Lu Wan immediately handed over her business card. I guarantee as a lawyer, every word I said is true.
got a positive response. The law enforcement officer then looked at several women.
We will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. If we find someone lying, we will make sure she bears legal responsibility. Once this was said, the faces of several women immediately became somewhat flustered. The sharp eyes of the enforcer can see through the deception at a glance, and promptly questioned. Huang drank it, and broke through the woman's psychological defense line directly. She quickly revealed the truth. It was someone surnamed Tang who gave us a prescription, saying that as long as we frame Changkin Hall, just give me 100,000 in benefits. Qin Li suddenly realized, I didn't expect this Mr. Tang to still be persistent. Meanwhile, Mr. Tang Bo Wai is happily playing chess with Lu Minghao. Suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter rang out. Old Lu, you're really skilled at chess. That young guy is about to be checkmated by you. At that moment, the doorbell rang. He walked to the door,
peeking through the peephole to see who is visiting.
However, the next second,
the security door was kicked open by someone.
Tang Bo Huai was also thrown out by this huge force.
His whole body heavily crashed into the wall.
Suddenly felt like my internal organs are turning upside down, only to see Qin Li appeared at the door, a surge of energy flowing through his whole body, sealing off the rising dust. Qin Li's eyes swept around. A cold voice resounded in the middle. Dr. Tang, you are quite injured. Shall I take a look for you?
The moment Qin Li appeared,
a hint of panic flashed in Lu Minghao's eyes. In the next instant, she suddenly stood up, and pulled out a handgun from her bag, aiming it at Qin Li.
Her face was filled with determination.
At the same time, Liang Qing exerted force with her legs, and leapt several meters away. In an instant, he was in front of Lu Minghao. He raised his fist and struck directly. Lu Minghao hadn't reacted yet, and he was hit under the jaw. A few of his teeth shattered. The force sent his body flying and crashing heavily into the wall behind.
Liang Qing looked at Lu Minghao with cold eyes.
What kind of person are you, and you dare to play with a gun? At this moment, Qin Li approached step by step. Lu Minghao trembled and leaned back, his face filled with fear.
Qin Li looked at him with amusement.
Don't be nervous. I just want to see if you can still move. Not long after, law enforcement officers came to take away Lu Ming and Wu, and they expressed gratitude to Qin Li. Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry today. I almost wronged you. Qin Li waved his hand and didn't care. However, at this moment, Qin Li's phone rang with a message alert. He opened the message. Zhang Chushui explained inside. The villa procedures have been completed, and invited him to meet at Melanju in the afternoon. Miss Zhang, with a net worth of over 100 million, now in order to please a young man.
I offer the largest entertainment venue in Yangcheng with both hands.
It turns out to be just now. The address sent by Zhang Chushui through text message.
Qin Li took a taxi to Melanju. Zhang Chushui quickly stood up to greet him.
Invite Qin Li into the box, then hand over a document. Mr. Qin's house purchase procedures have been completed. As long as you sign and pay the final payment, the house will be yours. Then he introduced. This is Mr. Zhang Zi from the Zhang Group. I heard that you came here specifically to see me,
and also to discuss cooperation with you.
Qin Li frowned. Wait for the other party to explain. Mr. Qin, hello. I am the same as Mr. Zhang. We are both subordinates of Mr. Zhang. I was just transferred to Yangcheng to oversee Yang's entertainment projects. I hope to have your continued support in the future. Mr. Qin, you're too kind. But what do you mean by the cooperation you just mentioned? There was a glint in Zhang Zi's eyes. Then he spoke, saying Mr. Qin has created a new type of plaster. Treated the big sister Lu Wan's face full of pimples. I want to have your ointment. To be produced and sold by our Zhang Group. You have 80% of the shares, Zhang family 20%. What do you think? After hearing this, Qin Li fell into contemplation. The influence of the Zhang Group is estimated to be pivotal throughout Zhang province. If they are his foundation, this medicine can indeed play a greater role. Zhang Zi sees Qin Li hesitating, thinking it is because he has too few shares. He immediately turned to Zhang Chushui and winked at her. The latter understood his meaning. Hastily holding a document, he handed it to Qin Li. In order to make up for yesterday's apology, The largest entertainment venue in Yangcheng is now being presented to Mr. Qin. Please be sure to accept it. However, Qin Li decisively declined and politely refused Mr. Zhang. Yesterday's matter has been resolved by you. I cannot accept this gift. Zhang Chushui said softly. Mr. Qin, if you don't accept it, it means you haven't forgiven me.
Qin Li frowned
and set down the tea in his hand. If Zhang Zong insists, I'm afraid we won't be able to drink this tea today. Zhang Chushui was startled, quickly put on a look of apology. Mr. Qin, if you don't want it, just say so, then I'll take this back. At this moment, Zhang Zi came to Qin Li. Since this is the case, please make sure to accept this gold card. You will have free access to all the entertainment clubs under the Jiangxi Group in the future. All of them are free of charge. This time, Qin Li couldn't refuse, so he reluctantly picked it up. Zhang Zi and Zhang Chushui both breathed a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the tea pouring break, Zhang Zi once again tentatively asked Mr. Qin, how do you see the cooperation on the ointment? Qin Li slightly nodded and pondered. Zhang offers production lines and sales channels. We each hold 50% of the shares. If the shareholders agree, my wife can take the position, all right? Zhang Zi's face lit up and he nodded quickly. I'll draft the contract and have it sent to you tomorrow. Zhang Chushui spoke at this time. Mr. Qin, just received the news.
The original stone supplier in Zhang province
will make a brief stop in Tianhao Villa area tonight. Qin Li immediately got up since then. I won't bother you two anymore. Not long after leaving Milan residence, Qin Li contacted the original supplier of jade stones. Looking at the piled-up jade stones, he couldn't help but sigh. In the following time,
Qin Li began to cut.
But as time passed, a basket of raw stones were cut open,
but not even a trace of blood jade was found. Qin Li set his sights on the original stone on the side,
and fell into contemplation. Suddenly, he exclaimed, when he first met the blood jade, it was through spiritual power sensing. Clearly, it is more pure than ordinary jade, even with a hint of madness. At this point, Qin Li no longer hesitated. He directly reached out and wrapped his spiritual power around his fingers. Then he controlled the spiritual power to spread out around him, exploring each box of raw stones. Just in a moment, Qin Li immediately sensed an unusual aura. Using his spiritual power as guidance, he quickly identified a piece of raw stone. Qin Li took it in his hand. Sure enough, the aura was almost the same as the blood jade last time. After dealing with the blood jade matter,
Qin Li returned home in the early morning, only to see Chu Qingying and others sitting in the hall.
Everyone had a gloomy expression, as if it were the prelude to a storm. The man tried not going home at night for the first time, and his wife suspected he was cheating.
Qin Li cast a glance over all the cold eyes.
A hint of unease arose in his heart. Before he could speak,
Chu Qingyan pointed at the photo on the table and coldly said,
"You still know to come home. That little fox spirit from the clinic. What kind of aphrodisiac did they give you?" Immediately, Han Ying also stood up and started to scold Qin Li.
Qin Li remained silent
and walked straight to the table.
"Pick up the scattered photos."
In an instant of looking at them, Qin Li's face immediately turned cold. On these photos, they were all daily life photos of him and Liang Qing. Chu Zitan then banged on the table and said coldly, "Qin Li, do you have anything else to say? Quickly confess who this woman is." Qin Li sighed helplessly.
"The girl was injured and homeless before.
After I saved her, she volunteered to work in the clinic.
I'll give her a call.
Then you'll understand." After saying that, he dialed Liang Qing's number. After a few moments of waiting, Liang Qing's voice came from inside, explaining the whole story. The heavy atmosphere at home instantly dissipated, and Han Ying finally realized she had wronged Qin Li. A sense of guilt rose on his face instantly. Chu Qingyan's expression also softened. She immediately took Qin Li's arm and walked up to the second floor. At this moment, Qin Li paused. He suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Yang's group has set up a company with me. They will come to our house tomorrow to sign the contract."
Chu Qingyan widened her eyes in astonishment and inquired doubtfully,
"Yang's group? Is it the entire Zhang province? The top family enterprise?" The next morning, early in the morning, Zhang Zi went to the door with the prepared contract, and Chu Qingyan signed her name on it. then got up and smiled. You've worked hard, Mr. Zhang. In the future, if I encounter anything I don't understand in business, I would still need your help. A sparkle flashed in Zhang Zi's eyes. Miss Chu, you're being modest. Mr. Qin has mentioned you before. I completely trust in your abilities. I believe you are fully capable of handling the position of EO.
Chu Qingyan's eyes rippled.
It turns out in Qin Li's heart, he actually thought so highly of himself. And then thinking of Qin Li going to Zhongcheng today, she murmured softly, is it just because of the company's business? It's not because of that. Mr. Qin previously purchased blood jade worth over 100 million, so our group's Mr. Zhang specifically commissioned him to help find another piece. It didn't take long to find it, just a few days. At the same time, Qin Li had just landed at Jiangxi Airport. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Zhang Jun's figure, and went up to him and gave him a bear hug. Qin, brother, you're doing great. I didn't expect you to find the blood jade so quickly. Did it take you a lot of time? Then Qin Li was put in the car and drove straight to the tea house. Not long after, Zhang Jun walked with Qin Li and said as they walked, my father heard that you were coming, and cancelled some of his social engagements in advance, just to thank you in person. As the words fell, the two entered a private room. A middle-aged man inside saw Qin Li's arrival, and stood up excitedly. You are the young doctor who saved my elderly relative at home, Qin Li? You are indeed talented at such a young age. Qin Li smiled indifferently as Uncle Zhang made a joke. I only have a little knowledge of medical classics.
While speaking, he handed over the box containing the blood jade.
Zhang Limin was already eager. He quickly took the wooden box, and saw the moment of the jade. Zhang Limin trembled in his eyes. Never thought in my lifetime I could still see the rare 7-colored jadeite. Once this was said, Zhang Zi exclaimed, is that the one that fetched a sky-high price of billions? Zhang Limin nodded solemnly. That's right. I heard it hasn't appeared for many years. Then gratefully looked at Qin Li. Mr. Qin, you are really our Zhang family's lucky star. You helped us a lot this time.
Qin Li smiled faintly,
exchanged a few pleasantries. Shortly after, followed Zhang Jun out of the private room. At this moment, Zhang Jun suddenly remembered something.
Took out a document from his pocket and handed it over.
The thing you asked me last time was about the whereabouts of your parents. I've gathered some unverified information. Take a look first. Most of the information inside looks quite mysterious. The credibility is not very high. But actually, there is another piece of information that is not recorded in it.
It's the figure of your parents.
They appeared in Shangjing once in the past 2 years. Qin Li's face changed in surprise. Going to the capital? Is this news true? Zhang Jun spoke solemnly. I just received this information myself. I am still trying to verify it. Once it's confirmed, I'll let you know immediately. Qin Li nodded. Then it will trouble brother Zhang. Not long after leaving the tea house, Qin Li followed Zhang Jun into a hotel. Zhang Jun introduced from the side. This is the hotel my sister runs. It's quite well known in Jiangxi. However, at this moment, a cold voice stopped Zhang Jun in his tracks. He turned around. A beautiful figure came into view. What exactly happened? The woman leapt from the 100-meter-high rooftop. Just now. Qin Li followed Zhang Jun into the hotel. A cold voice sounded at this moment. Zhang Jun said he would take me out for a walk today. Where did you run off to? A look of embarrassment appeared on Zhang Jun's face. Only then did he remember about it. After a few seconds, Zhang Jun began to introduce. My sister Zhang ran to Qin Shang. Hearing this name, Qin Li felt somewhat familiar. It seems like I saw it in a magazine. Said to be only 20 years old, and has dominated the entire catering market in Jiangxi as a powerful woman, then politely extends her hand. Hello, I'm Qin Li. The woman coldly snorted and turned her head away, completely ignoring the situation. Seeing this, Zhang Jun hurriedly explained, my sister has a problem. I don't like to be around men. Please, my dear brother, take care. But just then, a man came running in a hurry. Zhang Ran furrowed her brow. Manager Niu, why do you look so flustered? Didn't you see that we have guests here? The man couldn't catch his breath. He quickly said, something's happened to General Manager Zhang. An employee wants to jump off the building. The security captain has taken people to the rooftop. Zhang Ran's face changed instantly. He directly left a few people and ran towards the elevator. Zhang looked at Qin with guilt. I'm really sorry. I was originally going to take you out to dinner. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Qin Li smiled and said, since you treat me like a brother, there's no need to be so polite. Let's go up together and take a look. At the same time, on the rooftop of the hotel, a young woman is standing by the edge, swaying her body, as if a slight breeze could disrupt her balance. At this moment, the woman took a step forward, and Zhang Ran's voice came from behind. Don't be impulsive, I'll try to meet any of your requests. Only then did the woman react. The moment she turned her head, a fleeting and inconspicuous gleam flashed in her eyes. This scene was just captured by Qin Li. Doubts arose in his heart instantly. He suspected that this woman's death was not simply a suicide. Before he could even remind her, Zhang Ran took a quick step and rushed over, trying to stop her. But the next second, the woman suddenly reached out her hand. He grabbed Zhang Ran's wrist directly. Then he turned around and leapt,
taking Zhang Ran with him as they flew out of the rooftop together.
Below was the concrete ground, 100 meters away. The woman seemed to have no fear. A slight smile appeared at the corner of the mouth. At the moment of being pulled out onto the rooftop, Zhang Ran's mind went blank, as if the heart had stopped beating. But it was at this moment, a figure dashed forward like lightning. In just an instant, grabbing two wrists, then suddenly exerting force with both hands, sending the woman flying onto the rooftop. At this moment, Qin Li seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Before he could even catch his breath, Zhang Ran's falling body heavily hit him. Suddenly, Qin Li's eyes shrank, sensed the figure sneaking up from behind. Turned out to be the woman who had been rescued. Qin Li's fingers immediately stiffened. A silver needle appeared out of thin air, and suddenly plunged towards the woman's neck. The moment of stabbing, the woman seemed to have been drained of all her strength, and fell stiff onto the ground. At this time, Zhang Jun came up to him. Old man Qin, you're really good. How did you do that just now? Qin Li casually replied, it's nothing. I just came up and noticed a problem. So I made a preemptive judgment. Then glanced around before speaking again. I suspect this building has been affected by someone who understands metaphysics. There may even have been deaths before. Zhang Ran's face showed a hint of disdain. What are you joking about? Even though you just saved me, you can't curse my hotel like this. After saying that, he turned and left. He ran over to check on the condition of the woman. Seeing the storm subsiding, Zhang Jun called Qin Li. They didn't plan to stay here for long. They re-entered the hotel. Zhang Jun said with lingering fear, that was really close. If it weren't for you, the consequences would be unimaginable. Our Zhang family owes you another favor. Qin Li smiled faintly. Zhang is being too polite. You've helped me so much before. Don't worry about small matters. As he spoke, he threw out a gourd again. Suddenly, as if the gourd sensed something, strands of pure true energy gushed out. Shortly after the two of them left, Zhang Limin brought the elderly man in a robe to the hotel. The old man was calm and composed, with a glint in his eyes, and a sense of ease on his face. However, the next second, his expression changed in an instant. He gazed at the building with a childlike innocence. It seems that the one who set up this formation is indeed an extraordinary master. In Zhang province, there are no more than two people who can unravel it. Then with a solemn expression, he entered the hotel. Following the guidance of the compass, the old man found the location of the formation's eye, but was surprised to find an emerald green gourd standing at the eye of the formation. The old man picked it up. A glint flashed in his eyes. Where did this gourd come from? A man behind him spoke. It seems to be dropped by the person following Master Zhang. The old man pondered for a few seconds. Then he walked to Zhang Limin. If it weren't for this gourd, the people in this room would have exploded long ago. Only this master, I am afraid. Only by breaking the formation of this area could the man casually drop a jade gourd and suppress the evil spirits in the 100-foot-tall building. As soon as Zhang Limin learned about the origin of the jade gourd, he immediately contacted Zhang Jun. Returned to the hotel with Qin Li. Seeing Qin Li appear, Zhang Limin immediately approached Mr. Qin. This is Master Cheng Taiyuan, a feng shui master in Zhangcheng. Master Cheng identified the problem of Shaoran's hotel, but there's something I have to ask you. Cheng Taiyuan spoke up immediately. Earlier, I saw the ominous energy leaking from the hotel, but then I realized something was off, and then I found this.
Talking while spreading out his hands,
Revealing a green gourd. Qin Li was taken aback. Isn't this the one I put in, the potted plant? Is there a problem? When the words fell, Taiyuan burst out laughing. I didn't expect the hero to be a young man. If it wasn't for Xiao Yu Qin to put this thing away, I'm afraid there would have been casualties at that time. Qin Li said indifferently. At that time, the forbidding spell was controlling the woman to jump off the building. I then threw the gourd at the center of the formation, but it could only suppress it temporarily. Then I went to the rooftop. Qin Li immediately borrowed 7 copper coins from Cheng Taiyuan, gathering spiritual energy in hand and wrapping it around, then throwing it into the air,
accurately landing in the 4 corners of the rooftop.
In less than a moment, the sky starts to become murky. The temperature suddenly drops. Blood shadows formed by auras constantly roam the sky. The sound of a mighty roar is heard. Cheng Taiyuan's expression changes instantly. He didn't expect the aura produced in this ferocious formation turned out to be as fierce as an evil spirit. Qin Li remained indifferent, as if he had anticipated it. In his hand appeared a dagger with a dragon claw design. Then he gripped the handle with both hands, violently inserted into the ground. Instantaneous buzzing. Then, centered on Qin Li, a violent gale swept towards the surroundings. A golden array of light emerged underfoot. A few seconds later, all the hostility had been completely eliminated.
Qin Li put the dagger back into its sheath,
and turned towards Zhang Ran. The woman who had jumped off the building before should not have any major issues now. You can call and ask. At this moment, Zhang Limin steps forward, looking at Qin Li in amazement. Thank goodness you were here today.
Otherwise Xiao Ran's hotel.
Anything big might happen. Putting on a fatherly smile again. Xiao Ran has a bad temper. If I said something wrong, I hope Xiao Qin won't take it to heart. Qin Lixing felt a bit strange and nodded helplessly. After dealing with the hotel matters,
Zhang Jun led Qin Lixing into the Mingan Palace,
the most luxurious restaurant in Zhang City. Then, he easily found the person in charge. Arrange a private room for them. The middle-aged man looks hesitant. I really apologize, Mr. Zhang. The Mingan court is fully booked today. Zhang Jun scans the room with his eyes. You don't look too good. Isn't there a place outside for you? Are you kidding me? But at this moment, a clear and cold laughter rang out. Who's that? Isn't that Master Zhang? Zhang Jun's face gradually darkened. He looked at the visitor with a forced smile. Who else could it be to squander money like this? Take over the entire Mingan. So it's young Master Zhou Wei. The man sneered coldly. Better than you, Zhang Jun, who's been repeatedly driven back home as a failure from the capital. You can only bluff people in a small place like Zhangcheng. Zhang Jun's temper instantly flared. He walked over with an imposing manner. Say that again? Don't forget 1 year ago, the lesson I beat you into the hospital. Zhou Wei did not retreat but instead advanced. Under Zhang Jun's daze, suddenly, he fiercely struck at Zhang Jun's chest. Zhang Jun immediately reacted and blocked in front of his body, but still took 4 or 5 steps back. Before barely stabilizing his figure, Zhang stared firmly at the opponent. The force of this kick far exceeded his understanding of Zhou Wei. Still, Zhang Jun had no intention of backing down. His feet suddenly exerted force. Taking a big step, he charged forward. Zhou Wei reacted swiftly and leapt up at the same time. But at this moment, Zhou Wei was faster. He leaned to the side to dodge the fist. In the next instant, a fierce fist was aimed straight at Zhang Jun's forehead, even producing a sound of breaking through the air. If this punch were to connect, Zhang Jun is not dead, but he is heavily injured. But at this moment, a figure quickly approaches like a gust of wind, and then kicks out. Zhou Wei's body is like a cannonball being shot out, hit the ground and slid for over 10 meters before stopping. Zhang Jun was stunned for a moment, suddenly looked towards the figure that had just appeared beside him. Seeing that familiar face, his eyes widened instantly. He only knew that Qin Li was a doctor, but did not know he was also so good at fighting. At this moment, Zhou Wei struggled to get up, his face looking extremely pale. He had never expected that there would be such a powerful person by Zhang Jun's side. I'm afraid he's a tough guy. He then gritted his teeth and said, Zhang Jun, you got someone helping you today. You're lucky this time. Let's see what happens next.
leaving with a tough remark and immediately turning away. Zhang Jun then leaned on Qin Li's shoulder.
His face revealed gratitude. "Let's go have a meal first. Don't forget you have to catch a flight this afternoon," Zhang Jun said, then suddenly paused. "Oh, by the way, Zhang Ran said she also wants to go to Yangcheng. I've already booked the same flight as you. You can help take care of her a bit when we arrive." Qin Li's mouth twitched immediately. "Your sister, the sleazy uncle, openly flirts with the stewardess on the plane. Seems not satisfied. Once again, he slaps the woman's buttocks. But all of this is deliberate on his part. All just to lure the pilot out of the cockpit. Just because he's a vicious robber." The moment the man pulled out his gun, chaos erupted in the cabin. Zhang Ran was the only one standing still, at a loss, but then, a large hand covered her mouth and nose. Suddenly pulled into the nearby restroom, a familiar scent hits the nostrils.
Qin Li frowns. "You stay put here.
I'm stepping out for a bit. Remember to lock the door." The man searched outside for a long time. But he didn't find anything valuable. Just when he looked gloomy, the cry of a child rang out at this moment,
making the man even more agitated.
He immediately walked up to the boy with a gun in his hand,
just about to stop the crying.
But the next second, a fist carrying a gust of wind smashed into his face. The man fell like a kite with a broken string, violently hitting the seat behind. Another hooligan glared and shouted angrily. Then the gun was aimed at the captain's temple. "Since you dare to act, don't blame me for being impolite." At the moment he pulled the trigger, Qin Li burst out again. In the blink of an eye, he leapt in front of Li Tu, but still underestimated the speed of the firearm. The next moment, the sound of the gun rang out, and blood splattered. A terrifying sound of bone breaking suddenly came. After dealing with the two disciples, the plane also arrived safely in Yangcheng. Qin Li bid farewell to Zhang Ran without incident, then immediately rushed back to the clinic. Even though the bullets were flying towards him, he was also desperately dodging, but still got his shoulder grazed. Watching Liang Qing skillfully bandage his wound, Qin Li's eyes flickered. "Have you ever thought that your teammates might still be alive, and we can find them?" Liang Qing's body trembled. "Boss, are you suggesting that I could still find them?" Qin Li nodded lightly. "If you want, I can help you find out their whereabouts." Liang Qing pondered for a few seconds, handed document solemnly to Qin Li. "Then I'll rely on the boss. The sky is getting dark." Qin Li returned to the villa he had previously purchased. As soon as he entered, he saw Chu Qingyan's busy figure. Hearing the sound of the door opening, a wisp of smile appeared on Chu Qingyan's face. Qin Li walked up to her, tenderly embraced her. "The company had just opened. You must be under a lot of pressure in all aspects." Chu Qingyan shook her head. "It's not too bad. It's just that my previous company invited me to attend a seminar tomorrow afternoon." Qin Li raised an eyebrow. "They pressured you before to force you out of the company. Do you still want to go?" Chu Qingyan nods. Chasheng shows a hint of concern. "But if I go, won't it just play into their hands?" Qin Li smiled lightly. "Now with the Zhang group as a foundation, they won't be able to stir up any trouble. I'll go with you tomorrow." Qin Li injected a trace of spiritual power into the wound to nourish it. A slight tingling sensation spread from his shoulder. This scene happened to be witnessed by Chu Qingyan, who came in. She quickly stepped forward and asked with concern, "Be careful outside. Dad is still hoping to hold his grandchild." Qin Li blushed. He didn't expect Chu Qingyan to bring it up. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, "Wait, don't you like girls?" Chu Qingyan's eyes dimmed. "In fact, before you, I knew a senior. I almost got deceived and died in the end. That's why I started to have resistance towards men." Qin Li held Xiao Xiao's delicate hand, and said with a determined expression, "Qingyan, rest assured, I won't allow anyone to hurt you in the future." Chu Qingyan's heart trembled. "Qin Li, thank you for your tolerance all along. I apologize for what happened before. But I haven't finished yet." Chu Qingyan was pushed onto the bed. "The moment I lay down, ripples appeared in my eyes. Let the past things go. Tonight is our new beginning. The sudden rise of the clear wind at this moment is destined to keep us awake tonight." The next morning, Qin Li took Chu Qingyan into a 4S store. and immediately set his sights on a $1 million off-road vehicle.
But just as the car door opened,
A cold voice rang out from behind. Who allowed you to open the car door? Do you know how expensive this car is? If it gets scratched, can you afford to pay for it? Chin Li's body pauses. He furrows his brow. How can I know if the car is good to drive without test driving it? A man can lift his head and try driving, too. But you have to pay a deposit in advance. Otherwise, what if you damage the car during the test drive? How can you afford the compensation? The first time for a billionaire to buy a car, but considered as a bumpkin from the countryside. Not only was I not allowed to touch it, I was also required to pay a high deposit. Chu Qingyan's face turned cold, and heard the implication in the man's words. It's obviously intentional to make things difficult for she. He then looked at Chin Li. Since they don't want to do business, let's go next door and take a look. Chin Li nodded. He turned around and walked out. The man sneered at this moment. He didn't even have the ability to pee and check himself. We can't afford it here. Let's go next door to the Lamborghini store. The man originally intended to continue watching jokes, but found that the two people walked straight in,
and the staff were still introducing them.
The man instantly became uneasy.
Hastily ran over to Manager Wang.
You let him test drive such an expensive car? They can't even afford our cars, let alone $1 million sports car.
Manager Wang smiled calmly.
And provides excellent service to every customer.
It's just our basic job.
And at this moment, Chin Li handed over the bank card. How do you know I can't afford it? No need to test drive, I'll pay in full. Manager Wang's face instantly lit up with joy. The boss is generous. I'll handle it for you right away. Please go to the VIP room to rest first. As he left, he looked at the man with a pale face. Manager Wang couldn't help but tease before leaving. Thank you for bringing me a big client. The man's heart seemed to shatter to pieces. Have the car purchase formalities processed. Chu Qingyan walked with Chin Li to the Emperor Club, the most luxurious entertainment venue in Yangcheng. But at this moment, Chin Li's phone rang. Looking at the incoming call, Chin Li felt a headache. He had forgotten about the troublesome Zhang Ran. Instead, he looked towards the beauty beside him. I'll take this call first.
You wait for me here. Chu Qingyan nodded.
Watching Chin Li's back, as if unable to contain anything else in his eyes, Chin Li avoided the noisy hall, and went to the relatively quiet restroom. Zhang Ran's voice sounded even colder. Just a small Yangcheng exchange meeting. Why can't I go? And besides, the economy of Yangcheng was developed by me, Yangs.
Chin Li sighed.
Helplessly said Miss Zhang is willing to come, then let her come. It's on the top floor of the Royal Club. And at this moment, Zhang Chushui happened to walk out from inside. Chin Li was stunned. Then a smile appeared on his face. Can Mr. Zhang help me pick someone up? I'm not too familiar with this place. Putting on a worried look again. It's Zhang Ran from the Zhang family. She lives in the second-floor suite at the Emperor's Club. Zhang Chushui immediately became cautious. Chin Li leaves in a hurry. In the other reception hall, Chu Qingyan is chatting happily with a woman. But a strange and sarcastic voice rings in her ears. Turned around to look, I saw a woman with a plump figure,
walking over with a sway.
I called you and you actually came. Dressed like this, are you trying to seduce some rich guy?
Chu Qingyan's face.
Lu Shuken, please watch your language. Don't think everyone is like you. As soon as the words dropped,
Lu Shuken raised her hand.
She slapped Chu Qingyan directly in the face. Immediately, Lu Shuken shouted, Little slut, even if you run far away, it's not your turn to discipline me. At this time, Chin Li returned to the hall. Chu Qingyan's face turned red. Lu Shuken saw Chin Li appear. Isn't this Chu Qingyan's worthless husband? Just now I helped discipline your wife. In the instant when the words fell, a fist suddenly struck out. Lu Shuken's face directly skewed to one side. Her flesh also trembled in the air and crashed onto the floor several meters away. The entire building seemed to quiver slightly. Chen Limu's eyes were full of coldness. Gradually, a hint of killing intent emerged. Suddenly, Lu Shuken went crazy and shouted on the ground. Her body kept rolling and splashing. At this moment, a middle-aged man broke away from the crowd and ran over. Lu Shuken looked at the man with teary eyes. Lao Chen, you finally came.
Chu Qingyan, this little bitch's husband hit me.
The man suddenly became furious upon hearing this. How dare you let your husband hit Supervisor Lu? You should apologize now. Chu Qingyan stared coldly at the man. Why should I apologize for provoking her? The man's eyes widened. Don't think you're all that just because you've started a new company. We just signed a contract with the Zhang family. Offend me, and I'll make sure you can't stay in Yangcheng tomorrow. But at this moment, a chilly voice rang out. I want to see today. Who dares to cause trouble here? Who the hell are you? How dare you interfere in my mother's affairs here? At this point, Zhang Chushui stepped forward, just because she's the young lady of our Zhang group. As soon as this was spoken, Lu Shuken's hearts thumped with fear. Their hair stood on end as if possessed. The dignified daughter of a top-tier wealthy family was actually verbally insulted by a fat woman. The other party, upon finding out her identity, the cursing from the woman's mouth suddenly stopped. Her eyes were full of horror. Her body seemed to stiffen for a few seconds. Lu Shuken finally came to her senses. Hello, Manager Zhang. I am Lu Shuken, the director of Tianying Cosmetics Company. This is our manager, Mr. Chen. Zhang Chushui's face turned cold. Were you the one who scolded our Miss Zhang just now? Lu Shuken panicked and hurriedly tried to explain. We came to attend the conference. Who knew this person suddenly hit me? Mr. Zhang, you must take care of this. Finished speaking, and then put on a fake smile, as if Mrs. Bao had seen the outcome of Qin Li and the two, but didn't notice. Zhang Chushui's face has turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Tianying Cosmetics Company, right? The contract is terminated from now on, and the liquidated damages shall be compensated by Zhang Corporation. As soon as these words were spoken, the two individuals immediately showed their guilt. Mr. Zhang, are you mistaken? Shouldn't the punishment be for both of them? Zhang Chushui sneered. I haven't made a mistake. You insulted our Miss Zhang. Insulting Yang's second largest shareholder in Yangcheng. Insulting a friend of our young master of the Zhang family. Do you understand now? As the words fell, the hearts of the two felt as if struck by lightning, instantly torn to pieces. At this moment, Chu Qingyan has transformed into the figure they can only look up to. At this moment, Zhang Ran slowly speaks up. For so long. This is the first time I have been insulted. Chushui, you handle it. Zhang Chushui immediately stepped forward. Let the security guards take the two of them out of the Wangtu Club. At this moment, Zhang Ran placed a glass in front of Qin Li. I helped you solve the problem. How about helping me pour a glass of water? Qin Ligang was about to nod. Chu Qingyan suddenly reached out and said, let me do it. I also want to thank Miss Zhang Ran for what happened today. Zhang Ran's eyes flickered, locked eyes with Chu Qingyan, then looked at Qin Li. Noticed Qin Li's reaction when he met Chu Qingyan's eyes. Right, Zhang Ran. This is my wife, Chu Qingyan. Sound drop. The two girls looked at each other again. The smell of gunpowder spread at this moment. Qin Li's eyes twitched. His intuition reminded him that it's better to leave first, and went to the restroom. Qin Lijung felt a headache, but a charming voice sounded in his ears. Mr. Qin, you are so outstanding. So, there are also things you're afraid of. I really don't understand. Why are they so hostile? Suddenly thought of something. Reached into the pocket. I have something that I'd like you to give to Zhang Zi. I want to check on the whereabouts of the personnel inside. The identities of these people are quite confidential. Have Zhang Zi help me search for information. Zhang Chushui solemnly took the USB drive. I am grateful for Mr. Qin's trust. I will definitely give it to General Zhang personally. On the way back, Qin Li explained the relationship between him and Zhang Ran. He also promised young Master Zhang to take care of it. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyan's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. He looked serious again. Just now, President Zhang and I had a chat. He asked me if I want to go develop in Zhang City. Actually, I have thought about it before. I don't want to be a frog at the bottom of the well here forever. After all, the resources I can access in Zhangcheng are broader. Qin Li smiled lightly. You're right. This is not the end. You also need a broader stage for your life. Chu Qingyan hesitated. Will you leave with me? Qin Li gave her a confirming look. If you want to go, I will arrange the clinic and go with you. Meanwhile, the two of them unwittingly returned to the villa. At this time, a girl was waiting at the door. She noticed the approaching car. Hastily got up to greet. Upon entering the house, Chu Zitan's eyes emitted a bright light. This is still her first time seeing such a luxurious villa. Suddenly, her face showed a hint of the purpose of coming here. She then smiled and looked at Qin Li with a smile. In a few days, our school will hold a mixer. Didn't you promise to accompany me to attend it before? Seeing Qin Li hesitant and putting on a worried look again, you're not trying to back out, are you? What if those people bully me again? At this moment, Chu Qingyan steps forward to mediate. Since you've promised Zitan, just go with her. Qin Li could only nod helplessly. Chu Zitan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She coldly snorted and turned her head away. But various past events surged into her mind. Gradually, a sense of guilt rose on her face. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The day has come for Liang Qingyan to leave as agreed. A trace of loneliness appeared on Liang Qingyan's face. Naturally, Qin Li noticed that she was not herself today, but there was no time to dwell on it. Finally, a few instructions.
Bian bid farewell with Liang Qing, leaving behind a lonely figure.
The 99th generation inheritor of the Fuxi Nine Needles was actually regarded as a country bumpkin. It turns out that Qin Li had just arrived in Zhangcheng. Zhang Jun rushed over upon receiving the news. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Jun took Qin Li to the Mingan Palace, and also arranged for a colleague to meet Qin Li. Zhang Jun told Qin Li, not only is this person a medical doctor, but also the founder of the Xingfengtong Medical Hall. At this point, Zhang Jun's voice paused. Perhaps hesitantly said, but this person has been pursuing my younger sister. But she rejected it. Because of you. It seems that the girl said you are her idol. If you want to win her heart, first reach your level. As they spoke, the two entered the private room. Inside sat Zhang Ran and a man with a cold expression. Qin Li was about to greet them to show goodwill. The man spoke first. You are the divine physician Qin Li, whom Zhang Ran admires. I thought you were really something. Turns out you're just a country bumpkin. Qin Li fell silent after hearing this. I don't know what Zhang Ran has instilled in him. He looks like a man with deep hatred. The man looked at Zhang Ran with some arrogance again. With numerous awards as a medical doctor. Do you think he is worthy of comparing with me? But Zhang Ran remained unperturbed. How do you know he is not comparable to you? Maybe you still need to learn from others. A flash of embarrassment and anger on the man's face. Just about to continue arguing, when a phone rings at this moment. Impatiently, he presses the answer button. The voice inside sounded a bit urgent. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly. What did you say? Wasn't the patient already stable? Then he hung up the phone with an apologetic look on his face. Zhang, Xiao Ran's patient has some complications. I have to go back right away. Zhang beside him softly spoke. Can we go together? Maybe Qin Li can also help. The man snorted coldly. Who does he think he is? If he dares, he can follow me. A little while later, the man hurriedly took Qin Li into the hospital. Just then, a group of people behind the nurse approached. Before the man could react, his hands were taken hold of by the group. Immediately, an old man with an angry face stepped forward. The young master is already at death's door. Sha Wenbo, what exactly are you up to? You promised me before that you would definitely cure the young master, but you broke your promise, and then raised your hand and suddenly chopped down towards the man's neck. The moment when it's about to fall, a large hand appears out of nowhere, stopping the old man's downward motion. Qin Li casually speaks, even if you hit him now, there's no benefit for your young master. He might as well go in and take a look. Upon hearing this, the old man became furious. Who are you? Do you also want to get beaten up? He had just thought of withdrawing his hand, but found that the wrist seemed to be clamped by a giant pincer. No matter how hard I tried, it wouldn't budge. Qin Li reminded once again. Now no one knows the patient's condition. No one dares to guarantee. Has the patient worsened before recovering? After hearing this, the old man thought carefully. Indeed, there is some truth to these words. Then he loosened the man's collar. Only then did Sha Wenbo breathe a sigh of relief, hastily tidying up his own clothes. This scene ignited the old man's anger again. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and look carefully. Otherwise, I'll make you crawl out today. Then came to the ward. I saw a young man lying there with his eyes tightly closed. Qin Li immediately used true energy to explore, but did not feel the breath of life on the young man. Always feel like something was overlooked, And Sha Wenbo checked the young man for a long time, but still found no cause. He had to put the needle in. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted him. Qin Li walked up at this time. "Dr. Sha, if you give him this injection, you might kill him." Then the patient's collar is turned over,
revealing a tumor the size of an egg.
Dr. Sha Wenbo is suddenly shocked. "I didn't expect the mutation had already occurred. Now I want to save him. Unless all the internal organs are replaced." Just then, the patient's body suddenly started convulsing. Sha Wenbo became even more at a loss.
Qin Li no longer pretended to be incompetent at this time. He quickly took out a silver needle from his arms, then activated his spiritual power,
stabbed the silver needle into the acupoint on the young man's chest. The man's needle technique is amazing. He rescues the young man on the brink of death with a wave of his hand. As the data on the instruments returns to normal, even the medical doctor nearby is greatly shocked. Silence fills the room. The youth just slowly woke up. The old man finally let go of his worries. Tears welled up in his eyes. "Young master, you're really okay. Just now, it was Dr. Qin who saved you." The young man's gaze fixed on Qin Li. There was a hint of surprise on his weak face. "Master Qin, what are you doing here?" Qin Li looked somewhat startled. "What do you mean? Do you know me?" The young man finally came back to his senses. "Sorry, I thought you were the friend I met in Beijing before." Qin Li was stunned. Remembered the information Zhang Jun had inquired about before. Is it just a coincidence? And didn't let him think too much. At this point, the old man stepped forward to inquire about the illness. "Give me the medical records. Prescribe some tonics and everything will be fine." The old man hurriedly handed it over, his face filled with gratitude. Seizing the moment of writing,
Qin Li ignored the flattery of Sha Wenbo
and fell into contemplation. Decided to find an opportunity to go to Beijing to investigate. After all this is done, the young man's color has also returned at this moment, and he expresses deep gratitude to Qin Li, and instructed the old man
to book a private room at the top club in Zhangcheng,
heaven on earth, and then send an invitation to Qin Li,
also hoping that Dr. Qin can attend at that time. Qin Li exchanged a few polite words with the visitors,
then left the hospital. On the way back, Zhang Jun began speculating about the young man's identity, based on the bodyguard's address of Shu Xiao, another northern accent, most likely someone from the Shu family in Shanjing, and the Shu family is just like our Zhang family. Both are prestigious families in Shanjing. At this point, Zhang Jun paused in his speech. "We were just being manipulated by others, and were driven out of the capital. I asked you to find the blood jade before, just to celebrate the birthday of the old lady of the main family next week, but unexpectedly, Grandpa sent the news of his illness. We haven't figured out a solution yet, but we don't want to trouble you again."
Qin Li smiled faintly.
"Didn't you say we are brothers? I'll take care of the medical expenses." After 3 days, Qin Li arrived at the mortal world as agreed. After the third round of drinks, Shu Yinren came closer. "Dr. Qin, aren't you curious and shocked about my identity?" Qin Li shook his head and said, "In my eyes, you're just a patient." Upon hearing this, Shu Yinran's eyes flashed with admiration. "Right up my alley. I've made you my friend." But as the words were spoken, the door of the private room was violently pushed open. A figure was immediately thrown out. At this moment, a man walked in through the door. He glanced around. "Is this your guy? And just spilled wine all over me."
Shu Yinran frowned.
"Is there some misunderstanding between my friend and you?" asked Shu Yinran with a frown. The man replied sternly, "This person broke the rules of the Tinlong gang. If you don't want to get beaten, then get the hell out of here." In the moment when the words fell, Shu Yinran's pupils contracted abruptly. He was very clear that Zhang province seemed to be controlled by the Zhang family. But actually, that's not the case. There is an underground force in Zhang province. That is the Tinlong gang. Even the Zhang family has to be careful, although it is just a dark force. But their strength permeates the entire country. Even in the capital's underground world, they have a place. In the final analysis, it's because they are a martial arts force, and as the name suggests, martial artists are strong. These people understand dark energy, so the Heaven Wolf gang is very tricky. No one wants to provoke them. At this time, when others hear the name of the Heaven Wolf gang, They don't care about anything. I immediately fled from here. The young man on the ground was also begging desperately for mercy. Shu Yinren spoke again. How about this? You name a price, and I'll compensate you on behalf of my friend. This matter has been settled. The man laughed when he heard it. He laughed maniacally. Do you think the Sky Wolf gang needs money? But since you want to stand up for your friend, it's up to you to take a punch from me. As long as you take it, I will let him go. Shu Yinran's face changed instantly. He could tell that this person was deliberately looking for trouble. He was just about to reveal his identity. A deep voice sounded behind him. It's the Tinlong gang, isn't it? How about I be his stand-in and take a punch for you? Shu Yinran stopped him. Qin Li, don't try to be brave. They have a strong background. Qin Li said confidently. Shu Xiao, trust me, I know what I'm doing. There surely won't be any issues. Then, he walked up to the man. I do want to see today just how powerful the Tinlong gang really is. This terrifying underground force is challenging an unknown young man, boasting that they need only one punch. Today's offense is hereby forgiven. This punch comes with the wind, dropping suddenly with a burst of strength. Qin Li steps back directly, carrying true energy in his hand, cleverly dispersing this force. The man's heart tightened instantly. He didn't expect the opponent to also have hidden power, then raised his hand again and threw a punch. Evading won't count. Qin Li immediately raised his hand and effortlessly blocked it. A touch of madness surged on the man's face. His momentum was soaring. It's the real deal when the man moves. Qin Li is no longer hiding his clumsiness. He fiercely throws a punch filled with true energy. In an instant, two chilling fists collide. It feels like the air is about to explode. Shu Yinran quickly intervenes. I am Shu Yinran from the Shu family in Shangjing. I wonder if my brother can do me a favor? The man looks stunned. Immediately puts on a smile. So, it's you Xiao. Since Shu has spoken, let's leave it at that today. When leaving, he glanced at Qin Li. Didn't expect you to have some skills. I wonder from whom you learned? I'm just an ordinary doctor. I just like to exercise regularly. The man chuckled. If it's inconvenient to disclose, then forget it, but if you're interested in joining the wolf pack, feel free to find me. When the Tinlong people leave, Shu Yinran came forward, admiring Qin Li's skills, and informing Qin Li, I'll be leaving Zhongcheng in the next couple of days, and heading back to Shangjing. In the future, if you have the chance, you must come to the Shu family as a guest. Qin Li nodded, everything contained in his smile. Departing from heaven and earth, Qin Liging returned to the villa. Zhang Jun called. You didn't forget, did you? You promised to go to the capital with me. Qin Li voiced his doubts. Isn't it next Monday? That's still 3 days away. Zhang Jun explained. The Zhang family in Shangjing is one of the top families. Gotta get ready in advance. Leaving at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. That settles it. Sighing as she hangs up the phone. It's just a trip to Beijing. I've never seen Zheng Xiaoyu so nervous before. Then I thought, if I hadn't encountered the warrior of Tinlong, I would have found that I hadn't practiced for a long time. The martial arts passed down by the old man made quite a bit of money. But now it seems the old man probably has ulterior motives. Thinking of this, Qin Li cast aside his distractions and immersed himself in his cultivation. This trip to the capital, it happens to be an opportunity to find out the truth. The next day around noon, Qin Li's flight arrived at its destination. Unlike the hustle and bustle of Zhang City, this place is filled with simplicity and solemnity. The two of them wandered in the city center for a long time, and finally walked into an entertainment club, completely unaware that every word and action of theirs were under the scrutiny of an onlooker. The woman made a timely call, revealing the whereabouts of the two. After more than 10 rounds of Q clashes, Qin Li completely subdued Zhang Jun. Seeing that he was going to continue, the subject of tomorrow's birthday ceremony was brought up. Zhang sighed heavily upon hearing this. A tinge of melancholy appeared on his face, but not solely because of this matter. Returning to the main household might not be so easy. Qin Li felt different. Could someone be obstructing it? Zhang Jun nodded. My dad was framed for hitting a member of a big family. That's why we were driven out of the capital. Although the mastermind was apprehended later, Shu Kejing never had the chance to explain to the old master face to face. So, I'll have to trouble you tomorrow to find an opportunity to check on the old master's health.
Qin Ligang was about to speak. Suddenly, more than a dozen people pushed the door open,
each with a hostile expression. Zhang Jun saw the visitors. His face instantly darkened. The man in front pointed forward. The chief is among them, causing trouble in this store, damaging public property. The middle-aged man seems to be in cahoots. Without asking any questions, he directly ordered the law enforcement officer to arrest the two of them. Zhang Jun said it's not good, preparing to let Qin Li leave first. It was obvious that the Zhou family's formation was directed at him.
Qin Li said calmly.
Is the Zhou family very powerful? How does it compare to the Shu family? Zhang Jun frowned. Are you referring to the Shu family in the capital? Although the Zhou family is very powerful, they are still far behind the Shu family. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Qin Li did not respond this time, but directly dialed Shu Yinran's phone number. A man casually makes a phone call, and actually manages to get the support of the prominent family's young master. I really want to see today.
Who dares to falsely accuse the person who saved my life?
Shu Yinran. Zhou Wei's face suddenly shows panic. Hastily explained that it was all a misunderstanding. The middle-aged man besides stiffened in place, thinking to please the Zhou family, but instead offended the Shu family. His career was pretty much over. In a moment of distraction, Shu Yinran's gaze turned to him. Director Zhao, do you want to take me away too? The middle-aged man suddenly broke out in a cold sweat.
Shu Xiao, don't joke with me.
I was just confused for a moment. It's all because of the threat from Wei this week. If I don't comply, he'll cause trouble for my family. Shu Yinran's eyes are cold. I don't want to see you again, just get lost. When irrelevant personnel leave, Shu Yinran asked about Qin Li's purpose for this trip.
Qin Li said indifferently,
I came with Zhang Xiao
to participate in Mr. Yang's birthday celebration,
and to take the opportunity to have Mr. Zhang checked by a doctor.
Shu Yinran nodded slightly,
and furrowed his brows again.
According to the information obtained by the Shu family,
Grandpa Zhang this time, I'm afraid it's not just a simple illness. On the day of his birthday celebration, Qin Li arrived at an ancient and simple mansion. Zhang Limin's face became more solemn, repeatedly reminded not to lose the gift. Then the three people entered the courtyard. Zhang Jun was about to hand over the gift, but at this moment, a voice behind him called out to him. Hearing the sound, Zhang Jun's face immediately darkened. Zhang Ziyang, what do you want to do again? The man sneered coldly, thinking that sending a few pieces of trash every year can delusionally lead to a return to the main family. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Qin Li showed a playful look on his face. This brother, why don't you take a look at what this is first? The man looked indifferent. What's there to see in the trash? Are we missing something? However, as soon as the words were spoken, a shout came from the door where people were coming and going, instantly attracting everyone over. Everyone wants to bid and buy it. Linglong blood Jade. And was also shocked. So he quickly changed his words. Everyone, I was just joking. That blood Jade is, after all, a sincere gesture. We reluctantly accepted it. Zhang Jun glanced angrily. Do we have the right to go in now? Zhang Ziyang knew he was in the wrong. He just waved his hand and said nothing, and then entered the house. At this moment, countless upper-class dignitaries had already gathered. Zhang Limin then drove back. Xiao Qin, you should go and look around. Let's go and say hello to the host family. Qin Li nodded, finally sat down in a corner, gazed at the crowd. Couldn't help feeling emotional. The relationships of this Zhang family are really intricate and complex. Each one of them is a big shot in the military, political, and business sectors. They control the lifeline of the whole country as a family. Now he has a clear understanding. Zhang Jun and the others want to return to the main family.
There will definitely be a great resistance.
In the midst of contemplation, a familiar figure waved and approached.
Shu Yinran noticed the surprise in Qin Li's eyes,
explained that my family and the Zhang family also have some cooperation, so the family sent us young ones over here. Then Qin Li followed and arrived at a seat. There sat a man and a woman. Shu Yinran introduced Qin Li to the two. The woman then spoke. So, you're Dr. Chen. I didn't expect you to be so young. Thank you for saving my brother. It was just a small effort on my part. I hope Miss Shu will forgive me. Shu Yinren pointed to another person again. This is my elder brother, Shu Chang. Qin Li fixed his gaze on the man for a long time without speaking. He noticed the gaze. What's wrong, Dr. Qin? Is there something on my face?
Qin Li finally came to his senses.
Sorry, I was rude. Just my professional habit. Huh? Professional habit? Does Dr. Qin feel that I have some illness? Qin Li smiled lightly. If I guess right, Brother Shu just returned from a mission, right? Shu Chang nodded. Give Qin Li a signal to continue speaking, although you seem full of energy. The accumulation of chronic injuries has led to an excessive internal fire in your body, resulting in stubborn illnesses. Based on your current physical condition, you must never take on dangerous missions in the future. Furthermore, if your health continues to deteriorate, you may end up permanently disabled. A hint of regret flashed in Shu Chang's eyes, but quickly he covered it up. Then he coldly snorted. What a lifetime disability. It seems that you're just a big talking fraudster. The man just glanced casually. It is easy to conclude that others have serious physical problems. As a senior martial artist, Shu Chang naturally understands his current physical condition, but facing the scrutiny of other families, he can only endure his scarred body. Put all the threats at bay. Shu Yinren intended to advise, but Shu Chang stared back with his eyes. Just take care of yourself. My affairs are none of your concern. Although Qin Li did not know the reason for this, he didn't want to continue talking. He prepared to leave here. After saying goodbye to Shu Yinren, he turned and walked out. Just took a few steps. Shu Yinren followed. My big brother has a more direct personality. He's like that with everyone. Don't take it to heart, Qin Jie.
Qin Li smiled faintly.
I didn't pay attention to it. Brother Shu probably has some difficulties. Shu Yinren finally breathed a sigh of relief, but also somewhat worried. Could it be that my older brother really has something to hide? Not long after, Qin Li left everyone's sight and walked to a long corridor. Suddenly, Qin Li's pupils shrank, as if he had discovered something unbelievable.
I could see the courtyard ahead,
and it was emitting a strong, aggressive energy, driven by curiosity. Qin Li walked in,
but he found the entire mansion was.
It was all built with heavy yin-chi acacia wood. Then Qin Li looked through the wooden window and saw an unbelievable scene. An old man lay on the bed with his eyes tightly closed, as potent malevolent qi surged around him. Qin Li immediately broke in. Just as he stepped into the room, a much stronger deathly energy gushed out from the ground, ready to devour him swiftly. Qin Li secretly thought it was not good. Someone has set up a formation here. It's an extremely vicious evil spirit formation.
Qin Li quickly steadied his mind, and used the silver needles he carried with him.
Infuse true energy into it, then casually brush it off,
dispelling the evil spirits condensed by the aura.
But instead of decreasing, more and more evil spirits are coming.
Smoke kept emerging from the ground.
At the same time, Qin Li also felt the ominous aura,
which was extremely similar to the situation at the hotel with Zhang Ran before.
However, the current situation didn't allow him to think too much, just focus on dealing with it. It's a good thing that the old man taught in the formation back then. Everything has its certain rules. While Qin Li's figure keeps changing, the formation also shows a slight fluctuation. The position of the slow eye was captured by Qin Li.
Seize the opportunity. Qin Li leapt. The evil spirits seemed to sense the threat,
suddenly became more manic. The illusory shadows seemed to materialize a bit. Qin Li had to use the silver needle again to disperse the several evil spirits in front of him.
Seizing the opportunity when the evil spirits regrouped, Qin Li raised his hand and threw a punch, directly pointing out the weak spots in the formation.
After a deafening blast of blaring noise, the air instantly resumed its flow, and the line of sight became clear again. Seeing this, Qin Li breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect such a simple formation to make him somewhat weak and strengthen his determination to improve his cultivation. Then he looked at the old man on the bed, whose face had turned green. It looks like 1,000 corpses lying there.
Qin Li took his pulse,
found that the pulse was extremely weak, afraid that a few more steps late, even a great immortal can't save him. Then Qin Li concentrated his mind and inserted the silver needle into the old man's brow.
Pure true energy flowed into the old man's body.
dispelling the residual malevolent energy lurking all over his body.
His face, previously iron blue, turned deathly pale. The old man also woke up from his confusion. Qin Li directly revealed his identity
and explained the future dragon's veins. After listening, the old man sighed so long. It seems that I almost died at my own birthday banquet.
It was ruined by their own people. Qin Li was a little stunned.
You are Grandpa John? Do you know who harmed you?
The old man said sadly.
If it weren't for my son, I wouldn't have become like this now. Qin Li's face suddenly clears up.
The Zhang family also entrusted me
to come here to help cure your illness. The old man paused for a moment. It's my fault for letting Li Min's family down. They probably still hope to return to the capital. Though I also want them to come back. But you also saw. I'm afraid my body.
The old man tried to stand up while speaking,
but failed several times. His eyes momentarily became cloudy.
Qin Li Xin's heart shivered.
It seems the previous evil aura has already caused his leg nerves to necrotize. The third level of the Fuxi 9 needles might work. I can heal your legs, even to the point of restoring your health. But I have one condition. That is to let the Zhangleman family return to the main family. What kind of family is it? To actually require collateral bloodlines to have martial artists, the incense cannot step into the capital. It turns out that just now,
the news of old Master Yang's recovery
was scattered in the Zhang family like a whirlwind. The current head of the Zhang family, Zhang Hanchang, received the message and hurried back quickly. Sitting in the second seat with an uncertain expression, the old man sits in the main seat. With a dignified face, he said, I called everyone here today to announce something. I've decided to let the Zhang Limin family return to their roots. As soon as the words were spoken, Zhang Ziyang suddenly stood up. Grandfather, have you forgotten what happened back then? Could it be that you've lost your memory? Zhang Hanchang frowned at this moment. How can Ziyang talk to your grandfather like this? How could your grandpa let someone who has made mistakes come back directly like this? Another person also chimed in. Yes, our Zhang family has never had such a precedent before. The old man pondered for a few seconds, and then turned his gaze to Zhang Limin. That incident back then, why don't you come out and clarify? Zhang Limin nodded,
indicating Zhang Jun to distribute the information at hand.
The room was abuzz with discussion. Many people were concerned about this information. Zhang Hanchang sneered at this. And then speak. Zhang Hanchang sneered at this, then spoke up. But look at the elders. But it seems that the elders have some doubts about this document. At that moment, a calm voice rang out.
I still have a document here.
This was sorted out by Master Zhang Jun.
It's a separate set of information for the head of the family.
Zhang Gancheng's self-shining is on Qin Li's face. Is that so? Then I must take a closer look. But my Zhang family's grand meeting does not allow outsiders to be present. As he spoke, he was about to drive Qin Li out. The old man immediately stopped it and stood up from the wheelchair. Zhang Hanchang was suddenly surprised and stunned for a moment. A smile appeared on his face. Dad, how did your legs suddenly get better? You wouldn't tell me anything. Those things you did. Don't think I don't know. The information in Qin's hands. Take a good look at it. Zhang Hanchang's heart tightened as he held the documents in his hand. In the instant it caught his eye, his heart sank to the bottom. His whole body trembled slightly. The old man ignored him. You've all seen Li Min's document. Before anyone could respond, Zhang Hanchang spoke before me. The Ba Li Min family is back. I think it's possible. But they can't just come back like this, unless there's a martial artist in their family. When this was said, everyone in the Zhang family hall nodded. All agree with Zhang Hanchang's proposal. The elder is also a bit hesitant at the moment. This is the only method that can currently gain the support of the public. But he knows, ordinary people want to reach the level of a junior warrior. At least a dozen years of uninterrupted training is needed. Then he sighed lightly, and his gaze turned to Zhang Limin. How skilled has Xiao Jun become in his martial arts training? Zhang Limin's heart sank. Uncle Xiao Jun is young and strong. But to become a warrior, it will take at least a decade. Zhang Jun's face looked a bit ugly, stepped forward directly. Dad, since they are deliberately making things difficult, why should we continue to stay here? Zhang Hanchang laughed heartily. This is something Xiao Jun chose to give up on. We can't blame us for not letting it happen. Jiang Limin could only sigh helplessly when he heard this. It seems you want to go back to the capital for the rest of your life. It's not even possible.
Leaving the Zhang family mansion,
Qin Li and the others returned to the villa. Seeing Jiang Limin sighing repeatedly, Zhang Jun couldn't help but ask, apart from martial artists, do we really have no other options? After hearing this, Qin Li thought deeply once again. Martial artist. He had heard countless times since arriving in the capital.
Is the person from the Tianlong gang before
the martial artist in their mouths? Then he asked about Mr. Zhang. Have you ever heard of the Tianlong gang? Yang's expression changed slightly. The Tianlong gang? Why are you suddenly asking about this? Qin Li explained. I met someone from the Skywolves in a nightclub in Jiangxi before, bumped into one of Wolf's men, and spent a few moments with him. The disheveled Zhang Limin instantly froze. He looked sharply at Qin Li. So Shaoxin, are you a warrior?
Qin Li shook his head.
I'm not very sure about that. But what you guys call a warrior? What does it refer to, exactly? Zhang Jun slowly began to speak. I heard from a friend before that in our world,
there is a special group of people living above the rules.
These people are warriors. And warriors are divided into 9 levels. Low-level warriors are like martial artists. And a 3rd-level warrior can crush a big rock with one palm. High-level warriors can even move mountains and fill the sea. But at the time, I thought my friend was bragging. I stopped listening. That being said, Qin, have you ever tried to break a large rock with your bare hands?
Qin Li shook his head.
I haven't tried it. But if you only want to achieve this level, it's not impossible. Ordinary people who want to transform into martial artists
certainly need to undergo more than 10 years of arduous training.
Yet this man proclaimed he only needs 3 months, can enable a strong and robust young man to reach the level of shattering a large stone with bare hands.
Qin Li picked up a brown pill from his hand,
carefully examined it in front of him. Its color and fragrance. It's exactly the same as what I told the old man about the marrow cleansing pill. At this moment, Zhang Jun walked in, curious why he's not sleeping early in the morning, and what he's fiddling with in the kitchen.
Qin Li handed the pill in the bowl over.
Zhang Jun saw it and casually picked up 2 of them, held them up to his nose and sniffed. A strong scent of cinnabar rushed into his nostrils. Zhang Jun's originally relaxed eyes instantly lit up with a sharp light.
Qin Li explained calmly, this is the marrow cleansing pill I refined.
It can cleanse the impurities in your body and achieve twice the result with half the effort in cultivation.
But before Qin Li could finish speaking,
Zhang Jun directly throws 2 pills into his mouth. His face shows a look of enjoyment. Qin Li suddenly looks at Zhang Jun. You took both of them? Zhang Jun nods. Don't be so stingy. Didn't I just eat 2 of your elixirs? That's not what I meant. For ordinary people, the first time they take elixirs, they need to be accompanied by a medicine guide. If you swallow 2 at once,
your body probably wouldn't be able to handle the strength.
Next, in order to consume the excess medicinal strength in the body, Zhang Jun can only engage in high-intensity exercise. After a full hour, the restlessness in his body has vanished. Qin Li then cleared the meridians in his body. Zhang Jun felt extremely comfortable at this moment, as if his whole body was filled with strength. Qin Li smiled faintly. The marrow cleansing pill only changes one's physique. The real challenge comes with the upcoming training. At this moment, a phone in his pocket started ringing. When he picked up, Xu Yinran's voice came through. Invite him to join the military banquet at the Xu family this afternoon. Zhang Jun heard the news. His face changed instantly.
Qin Lao, you are unaware.
This military banquet is unusual. It's a showdown between the top families in Beijing. Do you know about Zhou Wei from the Zhou family? Why is he so afraid of Xu Yinran? Actually, he's just pretending to fear the Xu family. What he's truly afraid of is Xu Chang from the Xu family. Xu Chang not only became a commander at a young age, but also a martial artist who has won the military banquet championship for 4 consecutive sessions. If you attend the military banquet, you might have the opportunity to meet these martial artists from prestigious families. It suddenly dawned on Qin Li. A touch of curiosity arose in my heart at the same time. What is the strength of the martial artists from the prestigious family? After a while, Qin Li stepped into the Xu family's mansion. At this moment, the insert is central. Xu Chang exudes the aura of a warrior, but obviously struggling. The next second, he was punched out of the ring. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he fell heavily to the ground not far away.
Two figures hurried forward to support them.
Worry and surprise were evident on their faces. There was a lot of discussion among the audience below. Both were at the 4th level of martial arts. Xu Chang was defeated in just a few rounds. It seems that Commander Shu's position is not secure anymore.
Xu Yinren catches sight of Qin Li,
and is instantly brightened. Brother Qin, could you help take a look? My brother was accidentally injured in a recent martial arts competition.
Remove Xu Chang's clothes.
A scar on his chest catches the eye.
Qin Li investigates.
It's an old stubborn illness. He really needs to focus on recuperation, because I just fought with an injury. Now my entire meridian system is damaged. A look of panic flashed across Xu Chang's face. Dr. Qin, please keep your voice down.
I have news about my old injury.
Please keep it a secret. Qin Li didn't say anything. Instead, he took out a pill. This is the marrow cleansing pill I refined. It should help with your injuries. Don't hesitate to give it a try. Xu Chang is somewhat different. This is a top-grade elixir in the martial arts world. I heard it can nourish the primordial qi and quickly repair the meridians. I've been searching for it for a long time, but to no avail. I couldn't help but glance at Qin Legao. I didn't expect Dr. Qin to be able to refine it. He is truly a remarkable talent of this era. At the same time, a voice sounded from the martial arts platform. How much longer does the Shu family want me, Qin mused, to wait? Keep attacking if you want to continue. Surrender faster if you don't want to fight. Hearing the contempt of the man towards the Shu family,
Xu Chang grits his teeth.
But now, he is seriously injured. I can only sit there with no strength. Xu Shiyu suddenly leapt onto the platform. Now it's my turn to fight you, said Qin Muse with a sneer. Miss Xu, is it not good to behave this way? Your body might not be able to withstand my bullet. Xu Shiyu can't bear it, and kicks fiercely with her leg. But it is effortlessly blocked by Qin Muse, and even took a walk on the leg. Miss Xu is truly the flower of the military. The touch is really good. It's the first time for the girl to step into the ring, and already been taken advantage of by the opponent. Not only was she touched on the thigh, she was even verbally harassed. But the man not only lacked pity. He suddenly exerted force, violently throwing her body away. The moment Xu Shiyu fell to the ground, at the same time, a fierce fist was coming towards her. A fist that was dangerously close. It looked like it was about to hit her.
In the blink of an eye,
a figure stood in front and met with a punch. At that moment, it seemed like the air exploded.
Qin Li looked up and down.
You actually went all out on a woman.
Qin Muse smirked.
Where did you come from, you little nobody? Thinking you can play the hero and save the beauty? Both took a step back at the same time.
There's no talk of playing the hero and saving the beauty.
Just admiring your prowess. Couldn't help but come to learn some martial arts. If I manage to win a round or two, I'll trouble you to convey my regards to Miss Xu. Qin Muse is so upset that she won't let me apologize. I see that you are getting impatient. Just for a moment, an extremely powerful aura emanated from him. In the blink of an eye, he leapt in front of Qin Li, and delivered a powerful punch. Fell into Qin Li's ears,
as if a gust of wind swept by.
Watching the other standing still, a smile spread across Qin Mu's face. Even his speed couldn't keep up. It turned out to be just a waste of space. Then lifted his foot again, stopped at a distance of only a dozen centimeters, and then stomped fiercely on the ground. Countless gravel splashed out. His intention is very clear. He wants to start tormenting the other person psychologically, to demonstrate his own formidable strength. Hearing the exclamations from the spectators brings him great satisfaction within his heart. His body leapt again, preparing to defeat Qin Li completely. But the next second, Qin Li just raised his palm lightly, completely blocking his attack. He didn't have time to react. Qin Li threw a punch directly. Qin Muse seemed to be hit by a tremendous force. His body flew uncontrollably backwards, and landed outside the ring. It was as if the field fell into silence for a few seconds, until Qin Li stepped down from the ring. Suddenly, a deafening cheer erupted. But at this moment, a man in military uniform walked over, standing in front of Qin Li. Young man with great potential. Have you considered finding a place to belong?
I have a leadership position here.
Are you interested, young man? Qin Li focused on the man. I don't quite understand the meaning. Xu Chang saw the doubt in Qin Li's eyes and spoke. Brother Qin, this is our Chief Wang, of the General Staff of the Chinese People's Liberation Army.
Qin Li nodded.
Wang staff, thank you very much for your kindness, but I'm used to being uninhibited. I just want to be an ordinary doctor. Wang Shui smiled faintly. Little brother, this kind of opportunity is not something everyone has. You should think it through. Moreover, you, as an outsider, helped the Shu family defeat Qin Mayusi in public. It might be difficult for the Qin family to handle. Qin Li heard the threat in the words, but after some thought, he let Wang Shui continue. In fact, the military banquet every year is to select talent for the Huasha army. If you can defeat Qin Mayusi, it means you are qualified to take over the leadership position. In the future, you will be under the name of Shu Chang. Then, you will also be considered as part of the Shu family, and there's no need to worry about shouldering heavy responsibilities. You currently live in Zhongcheng. I don't intend to assign tasks to you either.
Qin Li thought that the other party was indeed a staff member.
It's simply an old fox.
Qin Li saw no reply.
Wang Shui starts to apply pressure. Are you unwilling to work for China? Or do you feel the position is too low? A sense of helplessness rises in Qin Li's heart. This is trying to put a big label on him. Hastily explained that General Wang was joking. You have considered everything so carefully. How could I refuse? Wang Shui then gestured with his hand. A woman walked over carrying a wooden box, presenting the badge with an ear of wheat pattern to Qin Li. It's engraved in the middle with resounding power. All right, little brother, our mission is complete. I believe we will meet again soon. Qin Li watched the departing figure, pondering the other's last words. Meet again. Xu Yinren suddenly stepped forward and broke the silence. Qin Ge, you're amazing. Qin Muse has wanted this badge for a long time and hasn't gotten it. Can I take a look at it? Qin Li handed it over, and then remembered something. You said before, that Mr. Qin, who looks very much like me, could he be from the Qin family? Xu Yinren shook his head as if not. Actually, I've only met him once. He should also be a warrior. At that time, it was still through family connections.
To find him to help my brother, who was dying, to treat his illness.
I saw that his mood was a bit low. A hint of meaning rose on Qin Li's face. At this moment, Shu Chang stepped forward. Brother Qin, if you want to inquire about news, this badge happens to be useful. This is a magical badge. Having it, you can enter the world of warriors. In order to gather the necessary information, Qin Li entered the warriors' bar with the badge. Looking around, it was just much wider than an ordinary club. At first glance,
most of the people mingling inside
exuded the aura of warriors, with the lowest being at the level of a junior warrior.
On the photos hanging on the wall,
Qin Li spotted several familiar figures, but at this moment, a voice sounded behind him, distracting him from the photo. Qin, why are you here? Do you also have an interest in this kind of place? A man walked up to Qin Li. Let's formally meet. Gao Lei of the Tinlong gang.
Qin Li smiled faintly.
It's my first time here. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Gao. Immediately, there was vigorous air on the man's hand. He directly held Qin Li's right hand, trying to test his strength. But no matter how hard he tried,
Qin Li is not moved at all.
Instead, his hand seems to be gripped by a huge force. Gao Lei's expression changed. How long has passed? Qin Li's hidden force has actually become much stronger. He suddenly pulled his hand out, and gave an awkward smile. Qin, you got quite a strong grip.
Qin Li shrugged,
and explained the purpose of coming here. So, the person you're looking for is surnamed Qin. He is a warrior, but has been missing for a long time. Qin Li nodded. There's not much information, but I must find him too. Gao Lei pondered for a moment, stood up from the couch. Maybe someone can help you? If you trust me, just follow.
Qin Li didn't think much,
followed to the elevator. After Gao Lei finished verifying the identity, the elevator unexpectedly started moving downwards. After a few seconds of weightlessness, the two of them finally arrived at the 5th basement level. This place has already left the category of the club. It looks more like a secret base. In front of us is a metal door several meters high. Gao Lei explained. These were all built by the elders in the past. There are a total of 10 levels below. The greater the power and authority you possess as you go down, Gao Lei verified the password and fingerprint as he spoke. A heavy and powerful mechanical sound rang out. The tightly closed metal door was instantly pulled open. Various instruments and facilities inside could be seen. Qin Li changed his view on the serious gang. He used to think it was just an underground criminal force, but now it seems there is more to it. As he pondered, he followed Gao Lei to stand before a man. Immediately said their own request. I want to find a warrior surnamed Qin. Looks somewhat similar to me. That's all the information I have now. A hint of surprise flashed in the man's eyes. He happened to be looking for a warrior surnamed Qin as well. He suspects it's just a coincidence, but he also records Qin Li's appearance by scanning the device and is ready to match it with big data. While the man was operating the computer, Qin Li suddenly noticed a familiar item. Excuse me, can I have a look at your badge? However, the man refused directly. These are my personal belongings and cannot be touched. But by identifying the emblem on the label, Qin Li still found out something. Are you also from the Military Intelligence Department 19? Do you know Liang Qing? Duan Xiaofeng's body stiffened. He stopped all movement. The only girl in our 19 locations. How could I not know her? But she has already passed away. Qin Li Zheng said seriously. Liang Qing did not pass away, and has been investigating your whereabouts. When she was injured and fell at the medical center, I saved her and she stayed. Duan Xiaofeng's tense heart finally let go. I'm also happy that Liang Qing has found a good place to belong. Qin Li continued to ask, but since you're alive, why don't you go find your surviving teammates? Duan Xiaofeng's face showed a moment of doubt, and mentioned a mission from 2 years ago, to capture a fugitive who fled to multiple countries. At that time, he located the fugitive, and eventually pinned him down in a house. I never expected this to be a trap set by someone. The violent sound of the explosion rang out. Almost all of the 19 were sacrificed. I also barely escaped at that time. Thankfully, I ran into the boss. Now I just want to find out the identity of the traitor and catch him, to commemorate the spirits of my 19 deceased brothers. But because the mission at that time was very mysterious, it was the only breakthrough.
It's the commander of the original mission.
A 9th-grade warrior surnamed Qin, a top hacker who never leaves his room, only to find the traitor in the team. Until a young man arrives. He finally got a lead. However, just as the data was about to be matched, an accident occurred. The instrument suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Analysis failed. The man quickly manipulated the instrument,
trying to restore it to normal.
In less than a moment, the reason was found. This person's identity is extraordinary.
All the information about him.
All are protected by the military's intelligence system. It's difficult for the outside world to decipher. Hearing what Duan Xiaofeng said,
Qin Li became even more curious.
What exactly is hidden in this person's body? So mysterious. Yet at this moment, Gao Lei took out a joystick. Although it's difficult to crack,
but to find someone
is not completely impossible. As he spoke, he pressed the button above. A huge screen descended from the ceiling, unfolding with a detailed map. Numerous avatars appeared. Maintainer. Even encompassing all information about the characters. At this moment, Qin Li was somewhat dumbfounded. He had to re-examine the Heavenly Wolf Gang, competing with such a powerful intelligence network. He then said, Mr. Gao, you are so eager to help me. I'm sure you've already set the conditions. Qin Li took the initiative to bring it up. Gao Lei no longer pretends, inviting him to join the Tinlong. Although Qin Li doesn't know his motive, his attitude towards Duan Xiaofeng is amiable. He doesn't seem to be a ruthless person. He immediately nodded in agreement when Tinlong needed it in the future. As long as it doesn't go against the grain, I will do my best to help. Seeing Qin Li agreed so readily, Gao Lei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Welcome to join the Sky Wolf organization. Qin Li smiled faintly. It's getting late. Mr. Gao, if you have any information, contact me anytime. Wait until the metal gate closes again. Duan Xiaofeng just expressed his doubts. Does Mr. Qin deserve your high regard? Gao Lei did not answer immediately. He simply flicked the button in his hand slowly. Until Qin Li's information appeared, he just started talking.
Tinlong will need a stronger backing in the future.
Even the Shu family will have to show him extra respect. Not to mention us. Left the underground base. Qin Li couldn't wait to take out his phone and share the news of meeting Duan Xiaofeng with Liang Qing. Suddenly, one of the fighters behind him bumped into his arm, and the phone flew out as a result. Just as he reached out, a beautiful figure leapt up and grabbed the phone ahead of him. Seeing Xu Xiyu appear here, Qin Li felt somewhat strange, but he couldn't dwell on it. My wrist was grabbed. I came specifically to find you. It's not convenient to talk here. Mr. Qin, please follow me. Outside, Xu Xiyu's face was cold. Qin Li, I ask you to leave Shangjing now. My Xu family doesn't want to offend Qin Muse and be implicated because of you. Qin Li shook his head gently, apologetic. I have reasons that I can't leave temporarily. As for the Qin family, I will take responsibility. Xu Xiyu didn't speak again. She just stared at Qin Li tightly. Silence for a few seconds. She smiled helplessly. Since you've made up your mind, I won't say much either. As she spoke, she had one hand behind her back, her fingertips holding a long, thin silver needle. But at this moment, Xu Yinran's voice sounded at the door. When he saw two familiar faces, Qin Li was suddenly shocked. At this moment, I can hardly believe my eyes. Two almost identical faces. He couldn't tell which one was real for a moment. Xu Yinran was also at a loss, not sure what's going on. Xu Xiyu quickly intervened upon seeing the situation. Don't go over, she's a fake. This person is probably a high-level warrior skilled in disguise. The disguised warrior snorted coldly. Thief calling for a thief. I'm here to find Qin Li. It was because of the last military banquet. Xu Xiyu frowned slightly. It's not difficult to find out about the military banquet. Besides, warriors skilled in the art of disguise can transform into anyone in a matter of minutes. Qin Li also has an impression. In the intelligence network of Tinlong, it was mentioned that there would be martial artists with the art of disguise, but the two people in front of us are indistinguishable. Even in demeanor, behavior, and even breath, they all seem to be carved out of the same mold. As he contemplated, the two of them also began to prepare themselves. It looks like neither of them plans to let the other go. In almost an instant, the two of them leapt with all their might, jumped several meters directly. The same energy flows through the body. Even the moves are identical. What on earth happened? Two women actually fought over this. Just as two fists are about to collide, Qin steps forward, raising his hand to stop them. While holding a silver needle in each hand, he punctures the back of each hand. The meridians of the whole body of the two people are visible in an instant. Qin Li also found clues from it. If Miss Xu hadn't been injured at the military banquet, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to tell what's true or false. Only the injury is something you can't disguise. Seeing her identity being exposed, a trace of a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Originally, I just wanted you to leave Beijing. I didn't expect you to notice this detail. But because of this, I also left a back door. At the moment when the words fell, she fiercely stabbed a silver needle out. If one couldn't dodge even a little, it would definitely hurt the eyes. Qin Li didn't dare to be careless, can only throw her wrist, retreat her body backwards, but also leave the impersonator with room to escape. Seizing the opportunity, she leaps up, overlooking Qin Li from the rooftop. Just based on your skills, you still want to mix in the capital? You still have a long way to go. As the words fell, her figure completely disappeared into the night. Qin Li secretly thought, this person is definitely not simple. To be able to escape in such a short time, and even possess strength far beyond his own. He then shifted his gaze to Xu Yinran, and inquired about the purpose of seeking him out. Xu Yinran explained, my big brother said he needs to see you about something urgent. The specifics will have to wait until you get there. Qin Li nodded in agreement, then got into the car, but found nothing. In a tree not far away, a gaze is fixed on him, actually able to penetrate his identity with spiritual power, and has reached the level of a 7th-level warrior. But since you refuse to leave Shangjing, let me help you again. Early the next morning, military medical research base, Xu Chang saw Qin Li's arrival, and pulled him in front of him, and poked his cheek. Brother Qin, do you see anything unusual on my body? Qin Li was puzzled. Then he looked up and down. He found a vortex forming inside Xu Chang's body. Is Commander Xu saying, That you're close to breaking through to level 4 warrior?
Shu Chang was taken aback and shook his head again.
That's not the case. Actually, I'm referring to the scar on your face. They recovered overnight. Brother Chin, look,
the wound medicine has been put on the market.
But all of it has been returned by our partners. The reason is that a new medicine has recently appeared in the capital, and it has particularly good direct therapeutic effect, almost monopolizing the market. Last night, I also bought a bottle, and applied it to the wound on my face. It's only been one night. The wound miraculously healed. You're a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, so I want you to help research
the approximate ingredients of this ointment,
so that we can improve our product. If you can research and develop it, the reward is up to you. You can even use the medicinal herbs here as you wish. Qin Li nods slightly. The medicinal herbs here are of good age, and it has a strong aura attached to it. It's perfect for cultivation. But the moment he saw the ointment, a familiar feeling surged up in his heart. Then he analyzed the scent of the ointment.
Qin Li became more certain
that this was the beauty formula he had written earlier. He immediately spoke, if I'm not mistaken. The formula for this plaster was written by me, and developed for sale by my wife's company. Shu Chang suddenly realized, no wonder it has such a strong medicinal effect. At the same time, 2 exclamations came from beside. Brother Qin, you got married at such a young age? Qin Li nodded slightly.
I met my wife in college.
We got married after graduation. I became the son-in-law of her family. This statement was made.
Shu Chang directly spits out the tea in his mouth.
Can't help feeling regret for Qin Li, having such great skills. He's actually willing to become a son-in-law.
Meditates for a few seconds. Shu Chang changes the subject. Since you're the one who made this ointment, I have a small request.
Even though my Shu family is responsible for producing military medical supplies, but some medicines are not as effective as folk remedies in the market, so I want to invite you to be our consultant. Feel free to propose any conditions.
Even if your wife will enter the Shangjing market in the future,
our Shu family will also help out, and I promise you 3. Does not violate moral and legal conditions. Qin Li heard this and fell into deep thought.
The conditions Shu Chang offered
happened to match the current situation. At the same time, Shu Chang also had some admiration
for a martial artist of profound strength and mystery,
and transcendent medical skills. All he could do was to try to win over, and not to be an enemy. The rumored ever-changing figure in the martial arts world turns out to be a middle-aged man with silver hair. Just a few hours ago, Qin Li left the military medical base, only to be greeted with a very striking scene, but it's normal to think about it.
For ordinary people who have just started practicing, the benefits of the marrow cleansing pill
naturally manifest in all aspects. Then he grabbed his wrist. I found that the meridians in your body have widened significantly. It's time to impart some martial arts secrets. Then, Qin Li took out several yellowed booklets and waved them in front of Zhang Jun. Let him choose one from them.
Looking at the crooked handwriting on it,
shattered Zhang Jun's long-standing fantasy. It's as if it had been scribbled on carelessly.
Qin Li gave him a confirming look.
Trust me. Persistence in practicing will definitely make you a master. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Qin Li was surprised when he opened the door. It turned out to be Duan Xiaofeng from the Tinlong base. He noticed Qin Li's confusion. Duan Xiaofeng smiled calmly. Mr. Qin, I heard that Liang Qing will come to Beijing today. So, I want to go with you to meet her. Qin Li became even more suspicious. He didn't tell anyone about this news. A trace of alertness arose at the same time. Not long after, the vehicle drove onto a dragonfly-like road. Except for the low houses, the surroundings were dense forests. Qin Li increased his suspicion. Because the airport is not built in the mountains and forests, just casually mentioned the Qin surname warrior. Duan Xiaofeng's eyes flashed with a hint of strangeness, but soon returned to normal. We have no clue at the moment. The information from the other party is too well hidden, but there's still a possibility that he may no longer be in this world. During the conversation, a man in the trunk is gradually waking up. He slowly opens his eyes, and hears the sound coming from the driver's seat. He guesses that someone is disguising as him, and intends to make some noise. But his whole body seemed to be anesthetized, unable to make any movement. All this seems to be unknown to Qin Li. But suddenly, a purple powder spewed out of the vent. Qin Li didn't react in time. In an instant, he was enveloped. A strong dizziness surged through his brain. And in Duan Xiaofeng's hand, a handkerchief appeared out of nowhere. "Cover your mouth and nose tightly." Then he brought Qin Li to a ruined area. Removed the blindfold from his head, seemed a little unaccustomed. Then took a long rope from the car. He walked towards Qin Li. He squatted in front of Qin Li. "Don't blame me. You'll understand in the future. All of this is for your own good." Yet the next second, a hand suddenly reached for his face. Although he dodged in time, his disguise on the face was still torn by Qin Li. "When you came to see me today, I already noticed that there's something unusual about your aura. And even if Duan Xiaofeng comes to me himself, he will definitely disguise himself well. I didn't expect to be careless from the beginning, but now that it's come to this, we can only use the simplest method, which is to use force to subdue him. His body is like a bullet leaving the chamber. In an instant, he crossed several meters. Qin Li didn't even react. He was directly punched in the chest and slammed heavily into the wall behind. The man grabbed Qin Li's throat, lifted him up. "Since you don't listen to advice, then don't blame me for being rude to you." Qin Li naturally wouldn't give in like this, struggling. Another hand had 3 more silver needles, and directly stabbed at the acupoint on the man's arm. The man recoiled in pain. Qin Li thought he had sealed the opponent's right hand, but just caught his breath. A chilling fist appeared to his right. His body was directly knocked flying, smashing a piece of shattered rock. Qin Li struggled to get up from the ruins. The opponent's strength far exceeded expectations. Even with the major acupoint on his right hand sealed by him, he is still able to move freely. Seeing Qin Li remaining stubborn and unyielding, the man seemed to lose patience, and his momentum gradually escalated, finally reached a terrifying level. Even the surrounding air was pushed away. A suffocating sense of oppression spread out in all directions. Qin Li also felt like he couldn't breathe. A sense of powerlessness surged in my heart. He knew that the difference in strength was too great. He couldn't force it. He could only try other ways to gain an opportunity for survival. In order to deal with the young man, the old man's suppressed state for 10 years is completely released at this moment. The ground trembles instantly, as if the sky and earth are changing color, feeling the immense pressure. The young man knew he was no match, and had to seek another way out. He immediately looked around, and then realized that behind him was a dense graveyard. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. This place is all deserted graves, and surrounded by hills. It is a gathering place for yin energy. He immediately leapt. His body moved like an eel, and quickly slipped into it. Sensing the approach of the old man, he threw out several silver needles, but all of them were easily dodged by the other party, and landed on the nearby tombstone. Qin Li was not surprised by this. He stopped in his tracks, and shot the silver needle again. The old man standing with his hands behind his back, strolling in a leisurely manner, without causing him any harm, but failed to notice, as if the silver needles were perfectly designed, accurate hits on tombstones. The old man thought more. It was just Qin Li struggling before dying. He approached step by step. The subtle changes around were ignored by him. At that moment, Qin Li's eyes sharpened, as he threw the final silver needle. In an instant, a formation appeared beneath the old man's feet. The surrounding evil spirits surged wildly. Qin Li raised his hand and cast a spiritual force, controlling the operation of the formation. Countless bloody hands emerged from the ground, tightly binding the old man's feet. Several ferocious beastly shadows are coming closer, with wide-open bloodthirsty mouths. They want to devour everything within the formation, but even though they are in the eye of the formation, there is no trace of panic on the old man's face. He naturally recognized this formation, gathering 7 killings to create 7 evil spirits. Everything became clear to him instantly. Qin Li just used the silver needle to attack, only to lure him into the formation center. It's hard not to take a closer look. I didn't expect you to use the terrain's feng shui to make up for the gap in strength between us. Quite interesting. However, You underestimate me too much." As he spoke, he grabbed a blood shadow and directly burst it. His momentum surged again, dispelling all the illusions in the formation. Both feet stomped simultaneously, and in an instant leapt forward. A punch struck the lower abdomen. Qin Li's body was sent flying, and even felt the opponent's strength increase. But before he could land, the old man appeared again, raising his hands and hammering down on his abdomen. Qin Li landed like a shooting star, creating countless smoke and dust. The old man knew that with the power he had just used, it was enough to damage Qin Li's internal organs and prevent him from gathering energy. Qin Li struggled to get up, his gaze fixed firmly on his opponent. "You could have killed me just now. Why didn't you do it?" The old man chuckled. "After being beaten like this, you can still maintain such a clear mind. I'm not afraid to tell you that my purpose is to destroy your meridians and make you leave the capital city." Qin Li was somewhat surprised to hear this. Why go to such great lengths? He only wants to drive himself out of Shangjing. Is it someone from the Qin family? As he pondered the matter, the old man attacked again, ready to give Qin Li the final blow. At this moment, a sound of breaking air swept up from behind him. The old man caught the flying blade and just waved his arm lightly to pat it away. At the same time, a figure appeared. "I want to save Qin Li with this." But suddenly, her pupils suddenly contracted. In reaction, she tightly protected Qin Li in front. A huge force swept over, directly blasting the two out. Zhang's mask also fell off, revealing a delicate face. Qin Li finally saw. Hastily, he held her in his arms. He couldn't comprehend why Liang Qing would appear here, but now she had fallen into a coma. A nameless anger surged in Qin Li's heart. He paid no attention to his own injuries, forcibly breaking through the meridian obstruction. There was a sudden sign of a breakthrough. A hint of approval appeared in the old man's eyes. The acupoint in the abdomen was severely injured. Yet it still emitted such strong abilities. What a genius! Simultaneously leaping into the air, the two's momentum seems to reach its peak. The stirring of spiritual power can be felt from a distance, as the two chilling fists collide together. The air seems to be compressed. But Qin Li is already at the end of his strength. This blow exhausted all his strength. The old man directly chopped his neck with a hand chop, causing him to faint completely. A martial arts expert beyond the master's realm actually destroyed the boy's meridians personally, went to such great lengths just to let the boy break through his physical limits and rise from the ashes, lay a firmer foundation. Imbue the young man with a pure power. The old man did not stay here. He never revealed his identity from beginning to end. In the ruins, Qin Li felt like he was surrounded by a warm current, mending his scarred body. In the meanwhile, at the car parked not far away, came the sound of rustling. At this moment, Duan Xiaofeng also regained some consciousness, but the silence outside made him feel somewhat uneasy. He struggled to free his bound hands and took out his phone to contact the outside world. At sunset the next day, Qin Li had been practicing for 8 hours, but still showed no intention of stopping. He didn't understand. The man was obviously to put him to death, but in the end, passed the power to himself. Countless doubts swirling in his mind. But the most important thing now is not the opponent's identity and purpose, but to quickly refine this rest of spiritual power. Otherwise, the body is afraid it will collapse because of it. Thinking of this, Qin Li began to concentrate his mind. Two completely different spiritual powers within the body, quickly merging under the operation of the martial arts, along with a shocking roar, shattering the roof and the doors and windows. Just at this time, Zhang Jun and the others arrived, also shocked by this movement. It feels like the ground is shaking. The noise coming from Qin Li's room caused several people to immediately drop what they were doing and run straight up. When they saw Qin Li sitting there unharmed, Chu Qingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Jun originally wanted to take the opportunity to inquire about his doubts about the martial arts, but the atmosphere in the room gradually warmed up. He had to keep his questions to himself until only the two of them were left in the room. Qin Li explained the situation. Chu Qingyan was somewhat angry after listening, and turned her head away. Qin Li originally wanted to step forward and comfort her, but suddenly, A surge of vitality throbbed in his chest, and he could no longer suppress it. A stream of blood spurted from his mouth.
Chu Qingyan was startled. She quickly supported his arm. But the restlessness did not disappear.
It is still churning inside the body.
Qin Li understands. To truly integrate that power,
it is necessary to find precious materials to assist. But in order not to worry Chu Qingyan, I informed her that it was due to overtraining, resulting in normal symptoms. Chu Qingyan's emotions eased a lot. Then she spoke. You brought young Master Zhang into the threshold of martial arts. Does that mean I can practice too? As your wife, I hope that one day I can stand by your side and face it together. Qin Li Zin's heart was touched. Since you've figured it out, then let's try next. After a deep conversation, the night returned to its former silence. Then Qin Li walked out of the room, just in time to see Liang Qing returning from outside. Liang Qing explained, I just went to see Duan Xiaofeng, and exchanged the intelligence I collected. It is inferred that the situation at the 19th site back then might not be that simple.
Qin Li nodded,
and instructed Liang Qing to hide his identity as much as possible. In the eyes of the military, all personnel at Site 19 have been sacrificed. Having said that, he walked out. He wanted to find out who was behind the old man. Who exactly was pulling the strings? We now have a preliminary target.
Shortly after, Qin Li bypassed layers of dark sentries,
and arrived at a secret room in the Qin family.
He was flipping through a booklet at the moment, which recorded information about everyone in the Qin family,
but found the highest was only a level 5 warrior. But the strength of the old man yesterday still haunts him now. He must not be from the Qin family. Yet at this moment, Qin Li found a note stuck in the last page. It was Master Qin's handwriting.
Qin Li suddenly understood.
It turns out all of this
was deliberately arranged by Master Qin.
But what puzzled him was
the mention of breaking through the limit of martial artists.
Is there a realm higher than level 9?
But he didn't dwell on it.
As footsteps approached outside the secret room,
Qin Li lurked in the dark. 2 figures walked in at this moment.
The middle-aged man suddenly stopped and looked around with a flashlight.
Noticing some books in the secret room,
the placement seems to have been tampered with. A man sneaks into the family's secret room late at night, but unexpectedly discovers a shocking secret.
However, within just 2.5 minutes,
the owner of the secret room notices something is amiss. Hearing footsteps approaching,
Qin Li prepared to escape at any time.
But at this moment, a voice broke the silence. It's me who came in yesterday. I want to see if there are any books that might help with cultivation. The middle-aged man stopped in his tracks. He spoke sternly. Don't go into secret rooms anymore. There are many things inside. It's not something you can touch right now. Then pick up a scroll and send it to General Wang tomorrow morning.
You can also gather information about the Warrior Summit.
Qin Muse reached out and took it. There was a meaningful expression on his face. I heard that my grandfather left some elixirs in the past that can quickly elevate a warrior's level. The middle-aged man did not deny it, saying that it was just a semi-finished product. The side effects are severe, and were destroyed before your grandfather's death. Qin Muse sneered in his heart. The elixir had long been found by him, due to questioning, just to confirm the effect. As the big door closes again, the secret room falls into silence again. Qin Li's gaze fixed on a corner. Are you also looking for something? Just then, a graceful figure emerged from the darkness. I never expected this young lady to have such depth.
To think that even Qin's leader could discover her.
However, the words had not yet been spoken. Footsteps could be heard again outside the door.
Qin Li paid no attention to gender differences,
and quickly silenced her voice. Instead, focusing his gaze on Qin Mayusi, wanting to see why he suddenly turned back.
Qin Mayusi did not notice the 2 people hiding in the dark,
but using his hands and feet to push open several booklets, as if triggering some mechanism. A piece of sheepskin jade bottle appeared in the interlayer of the bookcase. A smile appeared on Qin Miao's face. This old rascal still wants to deceive me.
Good thing I had my suspicions.
After saying that, he pulled out the cloth from the bottle. As long as it can enhance his strength, he doesn't care about any side effects.
He poured it into his mouth without hesitation. The moment he swallowed,
a hot dryness surged through his body, causing his eyes to turn blood red. Threads of viscous blood quickly enveloped him, as if his entire body was being bitten by ants. Breathing became heavy. Immediately after, his 5 fingers grew black nails. And his hair grew rapidly at this moment. In just a few breaths, it reached his waist.
Not only that,
the bones in his whole body also made cracking sounds. Intense pain made him fall to the ground. He looked more like a humanoid beast. Qin Li had a look on his face. This mutation is something he has never seen before. It's like some sort of genetic fusion with muses. But suddenly, the ringtone of his phone startled him. Qin Li looked at the woman helplessly. It is already too late to stop it.
Qin Mayusi raised his crimson eyes.
A hint of madness surged on his face. He was like a wild beast with intelligence.
He leapt a dozen meters in one step.
The momentum on his body erupted completely.
Qin Li immediately grabbed the woman's wrist,
intersecting in the surrounding alleys, trying to shake off the pursuit. While the woman was also extremely cooperative, she was acting on the instructions of an old man, to place the note into the Qin family genealogy. Just at that moment, the woman tripped over a protruding stone. Qin Li was forced to stop in his tracks. I didn't want to reveal my identity. It seems I can't avoid it today. In the gap when helping the woman up, a figure landed directly in front of the two. It was then that Qin Maosi could see the other's appearance. It turned out to be Qin Li, who defeated him at the military banquet. I didn't expect to walk right into it. Then he suddenly noticed the woman behind him. His heart tightened at once. Could it be that the two were instructed by General Wang? The current situation in the capital has made him carefully reconsider. Now is not the time to offend General Wang. At this thought, he displayed the acting skills he had practiced for 2.5 years, pretending to be blind.
Seeing this scene, Qin Li was not sure about his scruples.
Can only imagine this is the side effect of the elixir, but the woman could see it. Qin muses, she's not invisible. It's just that she's afraid of the force behind her.
She gained confidence in her heart,
and walked over step by step, and directly slapped Qin muses in the face with a big B. Qin Miao is also daring to be angry but not to speak out, can only force to continue to perform, but also does not want to be used as a punching bag by this woman, directly turned and rushed towards the alley behind. At this moment, Qin hesitantly speaks, I remember you were by General Wang's side. How could you? But before she could finish, she was interrupted by the woman's frankness. Qin Tongling had better not ask. And I didn't see you tonight either. Qin Li also shouldn't continue to ask. He doesn't want to reveal the purpose of this trip. Suddenly, the woman's phone rings again. She looks at the incoming call on her phone. A hint of smile appears on her face. Qin, please come with me. General Wang is asking for you, and not far away. Qin Mayusi stood on the rooftop, glaring at the two fires with gnashed teeth. The strongest warrior team from the capital of Huasha is actually led by a young boy. It turns out it was just now.
Qin Li was invited to the military district compound.
What surprised him was
Qin muses, who was high on drugs just now, but now he is standing there as calm as ever.
Qin muses saw two people coming. His heart also trembled slightly. It even made Zhou Zan show a playful expression,
making fun of the injuries on his face.
At this moment, Wang Kanmu chuckled, stop the office banter, and said seriously again, currently, you are among the most powerful in Shangjing. So the leader has decided to select you to represent Shangjing. Participate in the warrior competition. This is also the largest scale warrior competition held in the past. Will be held in the city of Tianhai next month. I believe in the strength of the leadership of General Qin. Being the team captain will certainly win this year's championship.
Qin Li heard this
in his heart. Surely there are certain conditions. He was certain that Zibao would not refuse. Sure enough, General Wang then revealed to Van Ren that the champion prize for this competition is the highly sought-after secret medicine, Holy Fire Lotus. Upon hearing this, Qin Li almost exclaimed, this is the natural treasure he has been seeking. That can help him refine his spiritual power. General Wang looked deeply at Qin Li, and said, I heard that Commander Qin is also a doctor. You must be interested in this secret medicine as well. Qin Li gave a faint smile. To be honest with you, this Holy Fire Lotus is indeed useful to me. I will definitely go all out in the martial arts competition. As he finished speaking, Zhou Zan leaned in. Captain, I am now the weakest in the team. Only at level 3. Would you guide me before the race? Commander Wang saw through her thoughts, and immediately exclaimed, General Qin, I will entrust my daughter to you. Zhou Zhan blushed instantly. She has always admired the strong. Especially Qin Li, who possesses the coveted marrow cleansing pill. The next morning, Zhou Zhan changed into a fresh outfit, arriving at the attic where Qin Li is located. The moment the door is opened, her welcoming hand freezes in midair, her whole body stiffens for a few seconds. Zhou Zhan just walks in, looking around. Does Commander Qin live here? Hearing the calling of a woman, Liang Qing's face appeared stunned. Since when did the boss become a military man? Didn't see Qin Li. Zhou Zhan also started to size up Liang Qing at this moment. She only felt that this face seemed familiar. But at this moment, a whimper came from the room upstairs. Zhou Zhan's eyes lit up for a moment. She couldn't hide her excitement on her face. He is truly the man I have my eye on. He is outstanding in every respect. And in the room, Qin Li's is to loosen the muscles and bones for Chu Qingyan, to prepare for the upcoming practice. After 6 rounds of rubbing, Chu Qingyan looked exhausted, evidently tortured quite a bit. On the other side, Qin Ligang went downstairs, and saw Zhou Zhan running towards him at a rapid pace, but the movements in her hands caused Qin Li's expression to change instantly. Do you know what she misunderstood? I was about to explain. At this moment, Chu Qingyan walked out, holding a document in her hand. You forgot to take your things. Then he flung the file heavily into Qin Li's hands. How could Qin Li not understand that this was like knocking over a vinegar jar? He immediately pulled her in front of him. Let me introduce. This is my wife Chu Qingyan. There is Ran Qing. Now she's helping me manage the clinic. Then he introduced. She is Zhou Zhan. Just like me. She is a contestant representing Shangjing in the warrior tournament. Zhou Zhan pursed her lips. The captain has such a beautiful wife. Why did you keep it from me before? Qin Li said blandly. Qingyan has been busy with company matters before, so she didn't show up. But the two of them ignored Qin Li's words, just staring at each other, as if lightning was shooting out of their eyes. Qin Li had to navigate between them. I have prepared a training plan for both of you. Or should you get to know each other first? The two took the paper from Qin Li's hand, and exclaimed almost simultaneously, at the amount of training recorded on it, far exceeding their expectations. Qin Li had long anticipated this scene, full of confidence. As long as we strictly follow my plan, there won't be any major problems. During the upcoming training period, it doesn't matter who. I don't show mercy to anyone. Don't be fooled by her delicate appearance. She houses the seal of a celestial emperor within her body. Just now, on the training ground, several figures are sweating profusely. They are all training according to Qin Li's method. Only a dull thud is heard as it hits the ground. Zhou Zhan seemed to have exhausted all her strength, and slumped directly to the ground. Chu Qingyan also walked over at this time. I practiced for a while following your method, and I felt very sore all over my body. Qin Li frowned. He always gives Chu Qingyan the most basic training. In theory, there should be no physical discomfort. At the same time, Chu Qingyan placed her hand on her forehead. Her spiritual perception entered the body with her spiritual power. But when he opened his eyes again, it was an extremely unfamiliar scene. It felt as if the whole person was in the center of the pool, surrounded by darkness. Qin Li raised his palm, gathering the spiritual energy within him, transforming into a faint flame. Just then, a green aura drifted from behind, as if attracted by Qin Li's spiritual power, and entangled with it. Qin Li, curious, kept it close. Approach following the direction of the breath index. Suddenly, Qin Li's pupils contracted, incredulously looking at everything in front of him, only to see a huge illusion floating in the air. Even in front of the virtual image, Chu Qingyan's figure stands. Qin Li suppressed the tremor in his heart, slowly moved his hand towards the outer light ring. On it are engraved numerous obscure runes. Qin Li had a sense of déjà vu. But the next second, a powerful force appeared on the rune, trying to pull him in. Qin Li immediately reacted. He quickly retracted himself. In reality, Qin Li suddenly opened his eyes. If he were a step slower, his consciousness would have been swallowed up. At the same time, there are also waves of worry in his heart. Although he did not know what it was, Qin Li guessed that it should be the cause of Qingyan's discomfort. And it only manifested today. It was probably triggered by cultivation. But based on the contact just now, with his current power,
he is still not strong enough to confront that thing.
he needs a more powerful cultivation. While Qin Liafu comforted Chu Qingying, Zhang Jun stopped in front of him. I said, Qin, my man, I practiced the secret technique you gave me. Why don't I feel anything?
Qin Li immediately glanced at him,
and found that his body was filled with spiritual power. He must have been practicing too frequently recently, and didn't notice the subtle changes in his body. Then he pointed ahead. Gather your spiritual power in your legs. Try running a lap. Zhang Jun squatted down in doubt, awkwardly mobilizing the spiritual power in his body. The moment of exertion, his body shot out directly. And in the blink of an eye, he ran tens of meters away. In less than 10 seconds, he completed a lap of hundreds of meters and returned to the starting point. Zhang Jun looked excitedly at Qin Li. Qin, you are amazing. Give me more rejuvenation pills to take. What about? I haven't finished yet. Qin Li interrupted him directly. The function of the marrow cleansing pill is to transform the body. It no longer has any effect on you. However, when Zhou Zan, who happened to arrive, heard that the captain had such an advanced pill as the marrow cleansing pill, Qin Li directly took out 3 brown pills. There are some left. 1 pill for each of you. Zhang Jun said meaningfully. Will they have the same effect as when I took them back then? Feeling hot, take off clothes and sleep naked. Qin Li glanced at him. Yin prosperity and yang decline.
Women taking the marrow cleansing pill
generally won't experience the same situation as last time. Night falls.
Qin Li sits cross-legged,
fingers drawing obscure runes in the air. As the last dot falls, in an instant, the spiritual energy from the outside is pouring into the room frantically. Several spirit formations appear on his body.
As a clear buzzing sound arises,
a smile appears on Qin Li's face. He follows the principles of the gathering evil formation, successfully developed it into a soul-gathering array. As long as a person practices within the array, they can achieve twice the results with half the effort. But at this moment, urgent knocking sounds at the door. Open the door, but it's Zhou Xuanyi in a sexy nightgown. Her cheeks are flushed at the moment. The straps slip off her fragrant shoulders. She looks more like she's drunk. Looks extremely charming, but as she was about to throw herself over, she was dodged by Qin Li with a swift move, causing her to fall to the ground again. But the expected wolf did not appear, even more revealing of her graceful figure. A hint of coldness appeared on Qin Li's face. Miss Zhou, have some self-respect. A girl sneaking into a man's bedroom late at night,
just to relieve the heat on her body.
But she never expected. The meticulous dressing she had spent so much effort on, not only did not receive any favor. Instead, it made Qin Li feel a little disgusted in his heart. Miss Zhou, please restrain yourself. I am a married person. Zhou Zan doesn't care at all. So what? After getting married, it's not like you can't get a divorce. Just as I was saying, tears welled up in the corners of my eyes again. Captain, back then you were the one being married into their family.
You were often bullied by people in her family.
Qin Li interrupted her without hesitation. My relationship with Qingyan is very good. As for what happened before, it's just that you don't understand. Zhou Zan once again leapt forward. Captain, you're so outstanding. Surely, you need more than one woman by your side. Even if I just become a little one, it's fine. But the response to her is just a closing door. Back in the room, the coldness in Qin Li's eyes disappeared, replaced by a touch of tenderness. That went unnoticed. Chu Qingyan's face also lit up with a smile. While Zhou Zan leaned against the doorway, Qin Ligang's attitude just now not only did not make her give up, but instead strengthened her determination to duel cultivate with Qin Li. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. And it was also the eve of the martial arts competition. After saying goodbye to Chu Qingyan and a few others, Qin Li boarded the plane to Tianhai City. Without noticing, a familiar figure entered the cabin. Liang Qing put down the newspaper. She made up her mind. From now on, no matter what, she will follow Qin Li. Meanwhile, Zhou Zan didn't sit down immediately, but stood next to Qin Li's seat. Yi goes by mused Qin. Suddenly, Zhou Zan's body seemed to be struck by a huge force, and she fell uncontrollably backwards, directly onto a pair of thighs. She had a sly smile on her face. Sorry, Captain. Did I hurt you? Xu Chang awkwardly coughed. Miss Zhou, Are you mistaking me for someone else? Zhou Zan suddenly sat up. Only then did she notice Xu Chang sitting in the position.
Qin Li ignored the commotion
and fell into contemplation.
He remembered the note in the secret room of the Qin family.
I don't know how far I am from
reaching the 9th level martial artist with my current strength.
At the same time, he was somewhat worried. I also don't know about this martial arts competition.
Will we encounter opponents of 9th level or higher?
After more than an hour of turbulence, the plane arrived over Tianhai City. Qin Li and the others also arrived at the venue for the first time, making various preparations before the competition. However, on the way, he found that almost all the people around him were warriors. There were even several strong auras. But at this moment, a figure fell directly in front of Qin Li. Several girls also quickly ran over and helped the figure on the ground up. Then several men walked up in front. Even if we bully you, so what? This time it's a martial arts competition organized by the military. My brother is the commander in there. Now I give you a choice. Either you serve me all night tonight, or you get out of Tianhai City right now. How can a woman bear it? He leapt directly and kicked forward with one leg. But the man was faster. He instantly dodged the woman's flying kick and even grabbed her thigh. The woman immediately steadied herself and threw another punch. But it was easily dodged by the opponent. Not even a single strand of hair was harmed. While the man took advantage of the gap, a direct punch landed on her face, sending the woman's figure back several meters, barely managing to steady herself.
Although the two exchanged blows several times in a short period, Qin Li still managed to anticipate and break her moves.
It all stems from the mysterious man's transfer of power. Seeing the woman about to be hit by the fist again, Qin Li's calm voice sounded.
Left hand into a shield.
Gathering chi in the right foot, the woman's face showed some displeasure, but her body is still honest. Acting according to the instructions, Qin Li's voice resounded again. Her right foot heading straight to the fengqi, the woman still did it. Kicked the opponent's head directly. The man was instantly dizzy from the kick. He fell to the ground stiffly. The man spoke only 3 short sentences, actually able to see through the martial artist's moves, letting the girl turn defeat into victory. Tang Yi's beautiful eyes widened. Can't believe she won like this. Qin Li didn't linger here. He turned and walked directly towards the competition venue. At this moment, Tang Yi came to her senses. She quickly caught up. Sir, please wait. Are you also here to watch the competition? Zhou Zan responded lightly. We are here for the competition too. What about you? Tang Yi's face showed a hint of confusion. You're only 3 people? How to participate? Qin Li finally noticed. Qin Mayusi doesn't know where he went, and not far away in the alley.
Qin Mayusi looked at the bottle in front of him.
A hint of greed appears in her eyes. There is only one of these pills. Do not use it unless absolutely necessary. Under no circumstances should it be used lightly. Qin Mayusi sneered inwardly. The sacred fire lotus is the object he must obtain. As long as it can enhance his cultivation, he is not afraid of any poison. When Quintus leaves, General Wang's figure appears from the darkness. The hopeful eyes are fixed on a few people. At this moment, outside the venue, Zhou Zan's teasing voice sounded. Just took a few hours of flight. Didn't expect Qin Muse's kidney function to be so poor. Compared to our captain, he's really far behind. Tang Yi was taken aback. This young man in front of her turned out to be the captain. With his gaze fixed firmly on Qin Li's face, rising admiration in my heart. Even though Qin Li greeted her, she didn't react. The air seemed to weigh heavily for a few seconds. She finally came to her senses. Captain Qin, hello. I am the captain of the coastal defense team, Tang Yi. Just then, Staff Officer Wang came alone. So, you're here. Take this. Zan will help you get settled. Zhou Zan Yi's face showed a touch of shyness. Godfather, don't worry about it. I will definitely take good care of the captain. Xie Wen, not far away, was helped up by several people. Looking at Qin Li with eyes full of anger and curiosity, she then noticed the woman next to him. Looking at the familiar big zit attached, he only recognized Zhou Zan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. At night,
Hanwu Hotel.
The lights are blurred. Zhou Zan was arranged to stay in the same hotel as Qin Li, feeling naturally joyful. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a sudden doorbell shattered her reverie.
she grumbled immediately.
And outside the door, Xie Wen gave Hu Delu a trendy hairstyle. A confident expression on his face. He was sure that this could mesmerize thousands of girls, but the moment the door opened, he was petrified instantly. The nonsense in your mouth stops abruptly. Xie Wen almost roared. You idiot! Did I ask you to open the door? I'm looking for Miss Zhou. Qin Li also didn't say much, he simply slammed the door shut. Xie Wen, in pain, covered his face, and an endless rage ignited in his heart, but when he heard the woman's voice inside, he suppressed his anger again, and simply broke in, looking utterly lecherous. Miss Zhou, it's me, Brother Xie. I came here specifically to apologize to you. Zhou Zan was soaked all over, like a lotus out of water. She looked at him with some confusion. Xie Wen was extremely sincere in his attitude, but his eyes did not move away from the peaks. I apologize for not taking care of my sister during the day. Zhou Zan noticed his gaze, and lifted up the towel. Xie Wen saw what happened. The evil light in the eyes is shining even more, climbing directly on the fragrant shoulder. There are outsiders here, so let the brother take care of the sister personally. The other hand reached out indecently. I didn't expect it to be just a year. Zhou Meimei has changed a lot. Zhou Zan's face is gloomy. I didn't expect it to be so long. Xie Gerger still hasn't changed his ways. The moment the words fell, her thighs suddenly lifted, and directly kicked Xie Wen's crotch. Zhou Zan threw the rose in her hand, and chuckled. You, such a guy. Are you worthy of harassing me? A face of foolishness looking at Qin Li. Unless you can become a man like our captain.
Xie Wenchang endured the severe pain and spoke. Just a country bumpkin.
Is he even worthy of comparing with me, Xie Wen?
Zhou Zan revealed a hint of amusement on her face.
Whether he is worthy or not is not for you to decide. In the eyes of our captain, a level 5 warrior, you, Xie Wen, are not even worth noticing. A smile appeared on Xie Wen's face. Level 5, is it? Well, thank you for letting me know. Let's see how it goes, then get up to follow. Struggling to walk out of the hotel. It's the annual warrior competition. Countless talented players gathered together. The winner will not only receive supreme honor, but also obtain the treasure of the cultivation world, the sacred fire lotus. The host's passionate commentary on stage thoroughly elevates the atmosphere at the scene. And most of the people present have heard of the miraculous medicine, holy fire lotus, which not only detoxifies, but is also essential for martial artists to break through their training limits. The host Gao Yang's voice rang out again. First up is the host team. Captain of the Tianhai City team, Xie Wen, along with his 3 team members. Next is the team from Jin City. Captain Chao Shen and his team members, and the only female captain in this competition, Tang Yi. Finally, the captain of the Shangjing team, Qin Li. The competition takes the form of one-on-one challenges. Opponents are determined by drawing lots. Drawing the short straw designates the first challenger. Subsequently, members of other teams take turns to issue challenges. The competition does not restrict any props. Defeating the king of all challengers is the champion of this year's warrior tournament. As the staff set down the sign-in box, the 4 team captains stepped forward. Tang Yi looked at the drawn short stick, and felt a sinking feeling in her heart. The other 3 held long sticks in their hands, each with their own thoughts. Tang Yi took a deep breath, adjusting the status to the best, then fearlessly leaping onto the stage. She was very clear about what she would face next. Sure enough, Xie Wen closely followed. Experiencing the defeat of yesterday leaves a lingering thorn in his heart. Today, I want to see who can still help you. As they speak, the fighting spirit erupted in him. Tang Yi's face gradually became serious. His body slowly sank. He dared not be careless, only to see Xie Wen lying on the ground. The breath condenses into a giant green scorpion, appearing extremely terrifying. Just at this moment, Xie Wen shoots out like an arrow leaving the bow, and bursts forth. In an instant, he rushed to Tang Yi's side, and smashed the floor under her feet. But before she could react, Xie Wen's foot stabbed backward. A raw stone was quickly identified, suddenly and unexpectedly kicking Tang Yi directly into the air. Immediately after, Xie Wen leaps into the air again, reaching the same height as Tang Yi, and forcefully hurls his fist. Her body came crashing down heavily. The moment she landed, the arena was forcefully smashed into a large pit.
In the spectator stands,
Xu Chang was somewhat shocked by this scene. Didn't expect that just 1 year apart. Xie Wen has become so powerful. And look at that elusive scorpion. I'm afraid it has reached the stage of spiritual transformation.
Qin Li turned to ask,
Spiritual energy transformation? Any warrior can achieve that, right? A solemn expression appeared on Xu Chang's face. Not exactly. It's only for warriors of level 6 or above to achieve this level. We want to win the championship. It's probably not easy.
Qin Li nodded slightly.
His gaze returned to the stage. Tang Yi's body
has been thrown several times.
Xie Wen doesn't want to waste any more time. Admit defeat, Tang Yi.
Continuing like this, you have no chance of winning.
Although Tang Yi is covered in scars, there is not a hint of fear in her determined gaze. Just like her name.
Recalling the past, the figure of a man is etched in her heart.
Since she was born, her father has never shown any concern for her. The words that often linger in her ears are the scolding from her father. The only Winnie the Pooh she owns. She was also deprived by her own brother. Finally, unable to bear it, on a late night, she decisively left her home,
seeking the value of her existence.
She must prove to that person that Tang Yi also needs fatherly love. Instead of being seen as a money-making tool to him. Thinking of this, her face became even more determined. She leapt directly forward, exerting all her strength to fight for that faint chance of winning. Her body landed in front of Xie Wen. In an instant, countless afterimages emerged. This was her trump card. Combat skills.
Control the 8 directions.
Xie Wen is unable to respond. Tang Yi seizes his vulnerability and delivers a direct punch to the back of his neck.
Xie Wen's body was like a bomb,
crashing to the ground. Countless fragments splashed around. Xu Chang's face turned even more childish, but did not expect Tang Yi to counterattack in the end. The audience below are also amazed. A mere 6th-level warrior possesses such fighting skills. The shattered stage above makes Tang Yi seem to have exhausted all his strength, stumbling out of the smoke at her weakest. But determination shines through her face from the moment she steps into the arena. Even if her foundation is damaged in the end, to win the championship of the warrior contest, not for the sake of vanity, but for her, a man deeply ingrained in her heart. She wants to prove herself through this arena,
claim the glory that belongs to oneself.
Despite falling countless times, covered in scars, she also relies on her own strength, finally knocking down the opponent. Barely able to use her battle skills due to leveling down. Even standing up now seems extremely luxurious, but her heart is extremely excited. Tears almost welled in her eyes. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind her. You seem to be celebrating a little too early. As the smoke cleared, Xie Wen stood there unharmed. A playful expression appeared on his face, then condensed the giant scorpion shadow again, even more solid than just now. His body leapt through the air, smashing towards the ground at a height of over 10 meters. A hint of despair rose in Tang Yixin's heart. She wants to keep fighting, but her body feels as heavy as 1,000 pounds. She can't muster any strength.
Seeing the grim situation, her teammates
quickly rush onto the stage. Xie Wen perceives the 3 figures approaching. He sneers inwardly and swiftly twists his body in midair. His fists suddenly come crashing down. The 3 men are caught off guard,
almost simultaneously thrown back, looking at the figure lying on the ground.
Xie Wen's smile becomes more intense. Young people must not be unscrupulous. Dare to launch a sneak attack. However, at the moment he landed, Qin Li noticed a crack in his leg bone. Obviously, it was injured by Tang Yi's fighting technique, but watching him push back 3 with 1 blow,
there must be a gap of 1 or 2 levels.
The difference in combat power is simply worlds apart, so it's clear why Xu is so worried. Just then, Zhou Zan steps forward. Captain, shall I take the challenge next? Qin Li sounded a little hesitant. Do you want to go to the capital to fight in the first match? Also considering Zhou Zan against Xie Wen, I'm afraid there is no chance of winning. However, if the leg bone is hit and broken, there might be a chance. I don't intend to stop Zhou Xuanjing alone." Then he stated his thoughts one by one. Zhou Zan's eyes lit up when she heard it. She admired Qin Li even more. Meanwhile, at the center of the arena, Xie Wen was getting ready, but no one dared to challenge again. This is when Zhou Zan stepped up. "Second round. It's the little lady's turn to challenge Brother Xie. You have to go easy on me."
Xie Wen with a slight grin at the corner of his mouth.
"Brother will definitely indulge you, but just in case I accidentally make a mess of your little face, I won't take responsibility," Zhou Zan said meaningfully. "Who messed up the flowers is not certain yet. Have you forgotten the pain from yesterday?" Xie Wen's face froze. Then he leapt up. "Since Sister Zhou wants to play,
I'll play with you, little brother."
As the words fell, a fist came straight at him, but Zhou Zan easily dodged it. Then Xie Wen kicked again. Whip leg swiftly swept forward. Once again, flowing like clouds in water, throwing a punch, still easily countered by Zhou Zan. Just then, Zhou Zan shifts from passive to active, one foot swiftly kicks towards him. But Xie Wen was on guard this time, squeezing his legs tightly, rendering Zhou Zan completely immobile. "Sister Zhou, I will not fall for it a second time."
Saying this, she raised her hands.
At the moment he was about to strike, Zhou Zan's face showed a look of fear, and desperately waved her hands. "Wait a moment, I surrender. I'll put on a coy look again. As long as brother can let me go, you can play however you want." Xie Wen finally restrained his breath. The scorching gaze wandered wildly on her, gradually loosening the restraint on Zhou Zan's right foot. A surge of heat was stirred up in Xie Wen's heart, though he dared not offend Chief Wang. But this time Zhou Zan took the initiative to come to him. He no longer had any concerns. Just as he was contemplating, a foot suddenly landed on his leg, right at the location where the leg bone had cracked. Next moment, a piercing scream echoed around. Xie Wen seemed to be in great pain. His face contorted. Watching Xie Wen jump around, Zhou Zan was directly amused by this humorous scene.
However, the audience in the stands was silent.
This scene on the stage is really too bizarre to appear. But suddenly, a voice with unparalleled calmness rings at this moment. "Zhou, younger sister, my performance is acceptable, isn't it? The strongest genius teenager in China, defeating 4 opponents with just one move, but was kicked by the girl and cried for help." Just when Zhou Zan thought she had succeeded in her scheme, she saw Xie Wen's mocking expression, standing steadily in the middle of the ring. "Perhaps I could tell you,
I have completed the tempering of the lower limb bones,
and I am about to step into the 7th level warrior. I can easily withstand your attacks." As the words fall, his momentum suddenly erupts. Zhou Zan, who couldn't react in time, was knocked off. Only Xie Wen's figure was left on the platform. The host announced Xie Wen's successful defense again. At this time, Qin Li put down the bottle of water in his hand. He was ready to personally step up to challenge. But Xu Chang was stopped by the captain. "Captain, let me go first. I want to find a breakthrough in actual combat." Then he walked to the platform with a determined look in his eyes. Xie Wen's disdainful voice sounded. "Underlings are all losers. No matter how many times you come, I can still beat you to a pulp." Xu Chang snorted. He didn't say much. His body shot out directly. In an instant, countless fists rained down. Xie Wen was forcibly pushed back several steps. A mischievous look appeared on his face. Suddenly, his figure disappeared from the original place. In a moment of daze, a faint afterimage flashed past, and appeared behind Xu Chang. Xie Wen gathered his internal energy all over his body, concentrating it in his arms. He fiercely smashed it into Xu Chang's back. Xu Chang was like a rag doll, sent flying more than 10 meters by a punch. Even the stage was raised up with a trench. Xie Wen leaps again. The aura on his body condenses into the illusion of a giant scorpion, preparing to deliver the final blow. Xu Chang is lying on the ground. At this moment, even getting up seems extremely difficult. But at this moment, a plastic cup smashed onto Xie Wen's face, interrupting Yun's stance. He angrily scanned the audience below. Who the hell has no manners? Littering. Qin Li waved his hand at the words. Sorry. I just slipped. Xie Wen's face instantly darkened. What's wrong? Captain Qin saw that Xu Chang was about to lose. Is he going to act out of desperation?
Qin Li calmly said.
In a match, there are winners and losers. With Xu Chang's current strength, it's not embarrassing to lose to you. Besides, I just want to find out if your lower body is really indestructible like a diamond.
Xie Wenyi was confused
and didn't understand what was happening. His gaze slowly moved downward
and noticed a silver needle stuck in his calf.
I don't know when I got stuck with a silver needle. It looks like Qin Li meant this is his masterpiece. Xie Wen burst into laughter immediately. Just this? Dr. Qin, are you tickling me? In Tang Yi's eyes there was also confusion, but she was certain that Qin Li's strength far surpassed Xie Wen's. Otherwise, it would be impossible to go unnoticed by the other party. Meanwhile, her heart grew heavier. I didn't expect such powerful contestants in this year's warrior tournament. In the competition. While contemplating, a voice rang out behind her. What a pity, Tang Yi. It's not easy to taste the bitterness of defeat, is it? You're like running into a gun. Tang Yi didn't give a good face.
Don't think that you and Xie Wen
can dominate the situation like in previous years. This year, it might be you who ends up with the short end of the stick. If you don't believe it, let's just watch the next scene. As the camera angle shifts, Qin Li steps onto the stage alone.
Xu Chang was replaced.
Xie Wen sneered in his heart. Isn't he just a 5th-level martial artist?
I'm afraid he can't even break my defense.
Then she spoke. Since Captain Qin is participating for the first time, I won't bully you. I'll let you try a few moves first.
Qin raised his eyebrows slightly, but he didn't speak.
Nini Xie said again. Captain Qin, do you think it's not enough? Then how about I show you a few more moves? At these words, Qin Li reluctantly agreed. But for safety reasons, I'll put on double gloves first. And above the stands. Staff Wang's eyes revealed concern. Xie Wencheng's growth rate, it greatly exceeded his expectations. Zhou Zong comforted him on the side.
Qian Dai, you worry too much.
The captain, within 10 moves,
will definitely be able to resolve it.
Moreover, isn't this what the Godfather expects? Colonel Wang remained silent, but a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Returning to the center of the ring,
Xu Chang stood confidently in place, and shouted at his chest. Come, hit me here.
I'll be right here.
If you can make me step back. Even if you win.
The most powerful prodigy of Hua Sha
actually talks big on the martial arts stage. Come and fight me if you dare. If you can push me back half a step, I'll consider that a win, but with just one punch.
His facial expression twisted instantly,
and he was sent flying several meters away. Before barely stabilizing himself, he knelt down with a thud. A feeling of suffocation rushed to his head. After a brief pause,
he gritted his teeth against the pain in his abdomen,
and firmly stared ahead. This is impossible. Just a 5th-level warrior. How could he break through my defense? Then he took out a porcelain bottle, and forcefully gulped down several pills. I am sure it's because of the recent battle. That caused the physical exhaustion.
Seeing this,
Qin Li suddenly realizes the Tianhai team gained an advantage in the previous competition, so it turns out there's an alchemist providing the elixirs. As he contemplated, Xie Wen stood up from the ground again. His energy surged to its peak once more. A madness flashed in his eyes. I was careless just now. If you have the ability, try hitting me again. Qin Li raised his hand and delivered a powerful slap. The impact, at a speed of 500 meters per second, landed on his face. At that moment, Qin Li appeared like a ghost, reaching into his bag. He picked up a pill and examined it carefully. Xie Wen also lost his previous arrogance, and looked at Qin Li with a flattering face. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A chilling breath gushed out like a spring, directly enveloping Qin Li tightly. It was as if being pulled into a bottomless abyss, but at this moment, a familiar voice calling Qin Li's name. The strong glare made it impossible for him to open his eyes. He could only manage to show a crack. Slowly, Qin Li gradually saw everything around him. 2 familiar faces came into view. He gazed around, bewildered. It seemed like everything had gone back to 10 years ago. Mom and Dad. He couldn't make a sound. Just as he was about to pounce forward, a gunshot rang out right next to his ear. The strong smell of blood rushed into his nostrils. Everything familiar in front of his eyes became desolate at this moment. Then the scene suddenly changes. It's a dark and rainy day. A group of people whispering around a grave. The Qin family has offended someone. It's said that there was blood all over the room that day. It's just a pity for the child. Qin Li stepped forward slowly with a lamenting voice. He pushed through the crowd and walked in.
The moment he saw the tombstone,
his expression froze instantly. On the monument hung a photo of his parents. The deep-seated grief was stirred up again. But at this moment, a cold voice called out to him.
He looked over in an instant.
Chu Qingyan is seen walking towards them, crying with her face covered. She immediately holds Qin Li in her arms. I'm sorry, I'm late. But even if your parents pass away, you don't have to be sad, because you will soon go down to accompany them. Chu Qingyan's face revealed a smirk. Holding a sharp blade in hand, about to stab towards Qin Li's neck, accompanied by a clang. The blade seems to strike a metal. At the same time, a fierce punch suddenly strikes. The sudden mutation caught her off guard. Qin Li's voice exploded. Even if you pretend to be, you can't cover up the stench on your body. But what surprised Qin Li was, the illusion did not dissipate as a result. Instead, the condensed malice in the air became even stronger, making everything around more real.
Qin Li paused for a moment,
and saw the key to the illusion.
Only by sucking away these evil spirits
can the formation be completely removed, but he currently lacks a carrier.
Only by trying with the dagger that just fell.
As time slowly passes by,
Qin Li carved several runes on the dagger.
Then he fiercely stabbed the ground. A Bagua array instantly appeared on the tip of the knife. At the moment when the Gather Kill 7 kill array formed,
the evil aura was crazily absorbed into the dagger.
As the scene before his eyes gradually changed, Qin Li also returned to reality, only to see that his opponent had been replaced by the captain of the Jinshi team, Chao Shen. He was continuously reciting an incantation. His body is rapidly changing positions, trapping Qin Li tightly within.
Qin Li raised his hand and punched out,
directly interrupting Chao Shen's movement, and fell several meters away. Fell into a coma. Qin Li is quite a reclusive individual. Though his strength may not be as good as Xie Wen, his ability to manipulate malicious energy is enough to make him far superior to average martial artists. At the same time, I felt a slight worry in my heart. If it weren't for the vigor left by the old man in my body, I'm afraid I would have fallen for his trick today. This is a magical dagger. As long as you forcefully stab it into the ground, breaking the illusion with just a punch,
returning to reality,
knocking down the opponent with a punch,
securing the champion of this warrior tournament.
Just as the host is about to announce the winner, the sound interrupted him. Wait a moment, I haven't gone on stage yet. The host was stunned. Your team is already the champion. There's no need to go on stage again. Qin Muyuci smiled faintly.
Although we defeated other teams,
it seems that there's no rule against battles between teammates. Hearing this, the host looked at Qin Li with a complicated expression. After getting approval, his voice rose again with great confidence. Since Captain Qin has no objections, so the game goes on as usual. We only see Qin Muse taking step by step onto the ring, a surge of blood rushing through his body, dark nails also emerging in an instant. His breath also rising steadily. Make the air seem restless.
Qin Li's eyebrows slightly furrow.
This manic atmosphere is exactly the same as last time. Just at this moment,
Qin Muyu's body stopped changing.
He now looked more like a fierce wild beast, ready to show its fangs and pounce on its prey at any moment. The next second, his figure disappeared right in place,
resurfacing,
already leaping in front of Qin Li. A fist comes with the wind. Yet Qin Li just lightly raises his hand, and resolves the impact. The residual force is resounding on the ring.
Qin Muse's movements did not stop because of this,
lifting his leg for another sweep, like a heavy whip lashing out. But Qin Li's punching speed is even faster, carried by strong gusts of wind. A heavy punch landed on his abdomen with a muffled thud. Qin Muse was suddenly thrown into the air. At the same time, a porcelain bottle dropped from his chest. In the instant he fell to the ground. The porcelain bottle was also smashed into pieces, revealing a brown pill inside. It looked very eye-catching on the ground. Qin Li Xin felt suspicious. He gently picked up the pill in his hand.
Qin Muyan saw the situation and shouted in anger.
His face looked particularly excited.
Qin Li was startled and trembled. Unable to control the strength of his fingers,
The pill was crushed.
Qin Mu's eyes widened in an instant.
His body was trembling slightly. This is the crucial moment for his victory. He reacted immediately, and pounced on the fallen medicine dregs,
Completely disregarding the 1,000 pairs of eyes on the stage, frantically wiping the debris on the ground.
After finding nothing left behind, he slowly rises, wiping his somewhat dry lips. A strong surge of vitality then burst forth, dissipating all signs of weakness. But this is just the beginning. His energy erupts once more,
Instantly breaking through the bottleneck of his own strength.
reaching a terrifying level, followed by a frantic momentum, like stirring up gusts of wind.
Even the audience below was affected.
All were shaken by this awe-inspiring momentum. Only General Wang appeared extremely calm. He naturally understood that this was the state of the drug taking effect. At the same time, Qin Mu's leapt forward. The 5 fingers, like sharp claws, suddenly slashed down. The whole body's momentum has increased several times. In an instant, a residual image flashes in front of Qin Li.
The sound of breaking through the air sweeps into the ears.
Ren Guan Qin Li has attached true energy to his hand, but also has 3 blood marks. Had to re-examine the pill. Turns out it can turn Qin Mu's into what he is now, neither human nor ghost. In the midst of contemplation, Qin Mu's breathing grew heavier. His mouth gasping for air, more akin to a humanoid wild beast. His figure once again burst forth, as if trying to tear everything in front of him into pieces. Qin Li directly took a step back, his body slightly leaning forward, clenching tightly the 2 sharp claws that fell down. In the next moment, Qin Li mobilized the spiritual power left in the old man's body, condensing into a giant dragon shadow behind him.
Roaring thunderous sound from the dragon's mouth.
Qin Mu seemed to suffer a tremendous force, and flew out directly. But this did not make him waver. Instead, his face became more fierce. Just then, the blood in his body surged again, and gradually spread all over his body. Qin Liden felt something was wrong. If that energy on him continues to grow, it might break through the acupoint, and he might completely lose his sanity, and become a humanoid beast that only knows how to kill. This is a magical pill.
Just swallow 2.5 doses.
To strengthen the body several times over, and activate the Super Saiyan transformation mode. It just happened. The blood on Qin Mu's body was raging wildly, quickly eroding his internal organs. His heart was beating rapidly like a drum, emitting a muffled sound. In an instant, his brain lost control of his body, made Qin Mu feel restless and agitated. He even let out a beast-like roar. Qin Li's heart sank immediately. The medicine had spread to the Tianju acupoint. If not stopped, the consequences are bound to be unimaginable.
Seeing Qin Mu pouncing again,
Qin Li immediately reached out. A few silver needles pinched at his fingertips. Now that it has come to this, he could only seal the opponent's acupoints with needle techniques, trying to suppress the flow of medicine inside the body. So, taking advantage of the dodge, he suddenly threw out at the acupoint, and the silver needle fell with a sound, stabbed at several acupoints on Qin Mu's. In the next moment, Qin Mu seemed to be drained of all his strength, and fell stiffly to the ground. The blood qi in his body also ceased to spread. No matter how he struggled afterwards, he couldn't stand up from the ground. As the host counted down from 5, there was unwillingness in Qin Mu's eyes, staring firmly at Qin Li. As no one on the stage responded to the challenge, the host immediately announced loudly that the champion of this martial arts competition is the captain of the Shangjing team, Qin Li,
winning the prize of Holy Fire Lotus this year.
Holy Fire Lotus awakens the latent dissatisfaction in Mu's heart, gradually transforming it into a deep-seated resentment. She reaches out and pulls out the silver needles from her body one by one, and right now, Qin Li's eyes are all focused on the Holy Fire Lotus in front of him. He feels like just being close to this spiritual medicine. His spiritual power in his body seems to be more abundant, but at that moment, the painful groaning could be heard, as the suppressed blood qi, now without the restraint of the silver needle, quickly started to generate again within the body, instantly breaking through Qin Mu's Tianju acupoint. The whole person became manic again. Qin Li was suddenly startled. The holy fire lotus belongs to extreme yang. If it combines with the blood and qi in Qin Muse's body, I'm afraid even the Da Luo Golden Immortal won't be able to save him. He immediately raised his hand and threw a punch,
knocking Qin Mayusi, who was limp, to the ground.
Due to the backlash of the medicine, his strength has regressed a lot. Naturally, he is no longer Qinla's opponent. Later, he shifted his gaze to Commander Wang. And the hatred in his heart grew stronger. It's you who ruined me like this. I will kill you. Then a roar followed. And directly he rushed toward Commander Wang.
Qin Li took a deep look,
but couldn't afford to consider his intentions. He then threw a few silver needles again, stabbing near Qin Miao's heart. The medication has spread throughout his body. Qin Li can only try to seal the heart pulse. His claws are about to touch it. Suddenly, his body stops in place.
And then, as if losing consciousness, she directly plopped to the ground.
At this moment, Zhou Zan stepped forward, placing her hand on Qin Muse's neck. Her face immediately changed. The pulse has stopped. Qin Li's eyes trembled. It seems that acupuncture is taking effect. He has entered a state of false death. Chief Wang immediately consoled. Captain Qin, you don't need to worry. Life and death are part of the arena. Also, I will inform the head of the Qin family to give Qin Muse a proper burial with the highest courtesy.
Qin Li furrowed his brows.
The causes and consequences of the whole thing are confusing. Before investigating it clearly, Qin Muse cannot die. It has been going on for several hours. Qin Li left the competition venue. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and shouted towards the darkness behind him, "Come out, Liang Qing." Just then, a figure stepped out from the dark corner. "I'm sorry, boss. I was just worried about your safety. That's why I secretly followed you to Tianhai."
Qin Li's face softened. Considering the many warriors in Tianhai City,
Liang Qing's worries are not unreasonable. He gave a faint smile. "Rest assured, I'm just going to see Staff Wang. It shouldn't be dangerous. But since you're here, could you do me a favor?" After I say goodbye to Liang Qing, Qin Li arrived at the designated location with Chief Wang. "I know Commander Qin has many doubts. If you want to know, put this on. Come with me. You will meet someone." Qin Li reached out and took the blindfold, pretending to look puzzled. General Wang smiled and said, "Commander Qin, don't be surprised. This is our tradition. This location is absolutely confidential."
Qin Li said calmly.
Major Wang misunderstood. "I just don't like this color.